There are with the mental side of tennis, from my perspective as a fan, if you like, the two things that strike me in tennis compared to lots of other sports, that I think make it a big mental challenge is, first of all, it's an individual sport. But secondly, so there's nowhere to hide. Like in football, in a team sport, you can just give the ball to another, teammate, and you cannot call for it if you like. But there's nowhere to hide. The other thing as well in tennis is again in something like football, you can be really nervous, but you can get a bit lucky. And of course, that can be the case in tennis. But basically, your body could be shaking when you're about to take a penalty, okay? And you can still score because you can just put your foot through it, right? You just hit it as hard as you can. And actually, probably you will still score because of the odds on that.
Yeah.
But there's that in a sport such as darts, snooker, tennis, where you need to be pretty calm and you need to have a pretty steady hand. There's just nowhere to hide. Is there anything I'm missing, or am I underplaying something, or even overplaying?
No. I think you're 100% correct. I think the real tough thing about these sports and tennis in particular, because of how physical it is as well, is the relentlessness of point after point. And if you're nervous, you have to fight through those nerves sometimes for, an hour. and they might disappear for a while, but then suddenly, you're 5-all and it's tight again and you're feeling very tight, and you have to manage it over and over again. And I think, the best players in the world just, use their tools and remember to use their tools in big moments. Because, once you get to pro level, it's not like any player doesn't kind of know what they have to do. But it's in the heat of that moment that they either don't remember because the brain is frying a little bit, or they don't have the courage to use them.
Yeah.
So, for us sitting there, I remember when Roger Federer had 2 match points against Novak at Wimbledon serving.
Yeah.
You're thinking serve and volley both.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Novak's not going to make a great return on both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know whether what Roger was thinking, or maybe knew something more than that I did, but that was my thinking. But he didn't, and they slipped through his hands. Now, to do that though in that moment takes a huge amount of courage.
Yeah, and
first to make the decision, and then secondly to follow through the decision like that. But then you've always got, and this is what's so tough for players. The other thing is, match point, make the person play. Don't serve and give them a quick volley or whatever. And that's another school of thought. But I think deep down, players get to a place where they have an instinct. And I think, I say this over and over again, the best players in the world are the most relaxed and the bravest. Because in those moments, when their instinct is telling them something, they are brave enough to follow it. And which is why, and again, it doesn't guarantee you're going to win, but I do think it starts to push the odds more in your favor. I'll just say one other thing is, I don't know if anybody's ever been go-karting or any kind of motor racing or watches motor racing,
mm-hmm.
but when a driver gets in the groove, they lap like within 0.1 of a second every lap, like in this unbelievable groove.
Mm-hmm.
But if they lose that groove, when they're in that groove, it seems so easy. Just do it. It's like no hassle. But if they lose that groove, if they go a little too fast, then they slide out of a corner, they lose time. If they go a little too slow, then that's not effective. And the margins are so small to stay on that groove. And for players as well, when you go into something like the French Open or any tournament, but especially the big ones, you hope that you can get through that first match and find a groove. And if you get in that groove, then that gives you your best chances of winning, because then most stuff is happening automatically, which is the most effective. It's, everybody has a problem when they start to think on the court, and automatic is fastest and easiest because you know how to do things. And it's not like you don't register. I say when you're playing very well, you are aware of everything, but nothing distracts you. When you start to think, your thoughts start to distract you. And that's very difficult to manage. And if you can learn how to manage that and get yourself back in the groove a little faster than other players, that's obviously, helps with ranking and why certain players, are more consistent than others, because they tend to manage that better. I hope that makes sense anyway.
It does. It definitely does.
Ready? Play.
Good afternoon from Malaga, and good morning from somewhere central in the US, right, Craig?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas is the capital, right?
It is the capital of Texas, exactly.
Lance Armstrong, is that his?
This is Lance's country. He spent a lot of time. It's a lot of undulating terrain, a lot of hills. Great for biking. Biking is everywhere here.
Are you a biker?
My wife is. No, I was out on my bike this morning on my mountain bike, running my dogs on the trail behind my house. So that's about the extent of my biking.
Craig, you're certainly an early riser, and I noticed it from your picks at Wimbledon this year as you were enjoying the early opportunities to taste and savor centre court. But we're not here to talk about Wimbledon. That's for the European summer. We're in the midst of European winter, although fortunately here in Malaga it's still pretty sunny. So let's get to Turin. You were there, right?
Yes, I was. Yeah, for the almost the entire time. I came back Saturday and then did a report for the ATP on Sunday here from Austin.
Got it. Okay. Let's begin with the final. I think we have to. The first question I have for you regarding the final is sort of where was it won and lost, especially thinking about the round robin stage and some of the differences between those two matches?
Yeah, I was courtside, front row, right on the baseline for the round robin match between Novak and Yannick. And when Novak gets a little passive, when he's not quite, dictating out there on the court, he hits too many backhands. That's the MO. He always has. When I worked with him 2017 to 2019, I was always cognizant of the backhand to forehand ratio. When he's humming, he's looking for that runaround forehand. The runaround forehand has three benefits. It's upgrade, double, and freeze. The upgrade is I'm putting the forehand and the backhand as the sword and the shield. So when the ball is hit to his backhand, instead of him using his shield, he puts the shield down and picks the sword up. From the back of the court, it's about 75% winners from the forehand side. So certainly when he hits the runaround forehand, which accounts for the majority, the runaround forehand for Novak in the ad court has more forehand winners than forehands in the deuce court. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal to hit the runaround forehand. Secondly, you can double the target area. You can go inside in, inside out, much easier than with the backhand. The backhand sometimes is even inside out going down the line. And lastly is that you freeze the opponent so that when you do the runaround forehand, they can't tell from your positioning where it's going. So upgrade, double, freeze really makes the runaround forehand very, very potent. And when Novak's not hunting that and he's settling for backhand, sometimes when he gets nervous, he knows the backhand's going to go in. He doesn't mind hitting backhands, but it's not really hurting opponents. He got away with it in Paris. In the final, he had a lot of backhands. But in this match, Sinner was crushing backhands. He was just roping them to, corner to corner through the ad court. And it was to Sinner's benefit. And Novak, didn't really pick that up. He he was cruising till 5-all in the first set, 5-all 40 love. And he loses that game. He got tight. He served a double-folded deuce. Sinner was crushing balls. He hit Novak served and volleyed at 40 love. Probably shouldn't have because it gave Sinner a target. Sinner hit a backhand winner that went right through the line. And from then on, Novak immediately got into it with the crowd. The arms are going up. And he got distracted. And he didn't see the game plan as clearly as he needed to. And Sinner was just dominating ad-court exchanges. Sinner was the one wearing the pants from the baseline. And because Novak was distracted, he didn't pick up on all of this. So for the rest of the match, even though it's 7-6 in the third, it was one of those matches where it was just a matter of time. Jannik was always had the better strategy. Novak was having to dip into higher risk patterns of play. And, Jannik won. But in the final, he adjusted. I don't know whether he read my analysis. It kind of looks like the carbon copy of what he should do if he had read it. But he came out firing. He came out looking for forehands. He came out dictating with his forehands. He said he changed strategy. So we're going to assume he did. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you make that adjustment? So he played much better and much more strategically in his favor in the final. Sorry, John, I can't hear you right now.
I put myself on mute, Craig, and forgot to take it off.
Yeah, well, that happens to the best of us.
Maybe that happened to Novak in his first encounter, and it didn't happen to him in the final with Sinner. What I was really interested in, it's great that we've got you on right now, because actually strategy was something that was mentioned quite a bit by both players in a way. That Jannik said he expected a different Novak in the final and a different strategy. Novak talked about some of the things that happened to him in his press conference, I think, in the first match when he said he was maybe a bit too passive in the big moments and the big points, and that wouldn't happen again. And of course, they did end up playing in the final. So I thought that sort of conversation, I think I remember Jannik saying something like, I know he's got a plan, or I know he's going to be different in the final. And I thought that element was particularly intriguing, but particularly how the final went. If we got the same result, then we could have maybe thrown changes of plans and strategies out the window. But because we got a wildly different result, I thought that was particularly intriguing. What about Sinner? What could and should he have done maybe different in the final?
Yeah, and just before I answer that, going back to what you said, the other layer of that is it's a monumental achievement to beat Novak at any stage, especially in a year like this where he's dominating so much. I think he only lost 6 matches for the entire year. But to beat him once, congratulations, that's awesome. To beat him twice in a row, almost impossible. Almost impossible. So the fact that Jannik had won the first encounter, I think just in general, from a belief standpoint, from now Novak's got a lot more motivation. He's got revenge on his side. He's got the final. He's got his legacy. He's got, adding to his career. I think he's up to 98 or 99 tournament victories now. To beat Novak twice in a row is literally almost impossible. So Jannik had that against him. Jannik tapped out early and panicked too early in the point in the final. And I would give Novak a lot of credit for that, because Novak came out pummeling forehands. His average forehand speed was much higher than Jannik's. I don't remember exactly, but it was significantly higher. And so now Jannik's playing a little bit more off the back foot. Jannik's forehand historically is the side that can get loose. His backswing is quick. His backswing is quite big. He goes after it. He doesn't have a great defensive forehand. When he gets pushed into that corner, position A, out wide in the juice court, that's historically where he starts spraying forehands. He is improving in that area. It did get better, but he wasn't tested in that area in the round robin stage because there was just so many backhand exchanges. But in the final, Novak made sure that he brought extra speed to that corner and extra pressure to that corner. And early on, I wrote about, I think, Novak hit, his first 11 forehands. I think he extracted 4 or 5, maybe even 6 errors from Yannick's side of the court. And right from the start, Novak going up 3-1, it just had a completely different feel than the semifinal. And you can just tell on Yannick's face, he wears, even though he's by far the strongest mentally / emotionally of the entire group, out of the 8 players, he doesn't get as upset, he doesn't get as mad, he doesn't get as frustrated, he doesn't slam his knee 8 times in a row like Rublev's doing out there. He keeps the toys in the pram and goes about his business. But you can just tell on his face early on is like, this is a different deal. This is going to be much tougher. And Novak was coming at him, and that's why he couldn't dictate nearly as much as he did in the round robin, because it was much more of a forehand dominated match rather than backhand.
Do you think with Yannick in that final that there was any difference as well in terms of expectation, in terms of the pressure that would obviously building throughout the week with every match that he was winning so incredibly? I think his backhand was on fire in the semi-final against Medvedev, but also Italy was getting a bit of tennis fever, I think, and the Carota boys and the emotion within the stadium. And do you think that may have played any particular role, particularly as Yannick took a set and a half to settle to some extent? I mean, maybe we're taking away a bit from Novak in terms of his incredible performance, but just looking at Sinner, was he, pulling the trigger too quickly is something you touched on, panicking a bit too early in rallies? Was that a mental thing, do you think, at all?
Yeah, we didn't see this problem up until the final. So it was a Davis Cup style crowd in there. The Italians have finally got someone that they can get behind. Certainly there was Berrettini for a while, but not at the ATP finals. He played a set and rolled his ankle, and Matteo's been missing at this event. So to have Yannick there, the Italians just went ape droppings. It was unbelievable, the amount of energy in that stadium, and that's a good thing. That's a great thing for our sport. And it didn't bother Novak until he got down, until he was, behind. Then he, he's a little negative and he's a little pissed off, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go engage this crowd because I need to let out some of this energy. I need to, kind of press the pressure meter, and sometimes he screams at his box, which happened less in this event. There's still a little bit, but happened less. But boy, was he was so locked on, so positive, so ready to go, and things were very clear in his mind. So I think from the final, we go back to the 3 round robin matches in the semi-final. Yannick was in superb form. He played extremely well, and we just didn't see him kind of shocked and bullied around the court like we did in the final. So I think, I don't think it was the crowd, because, Yannick had that for 4 matches. I think the crowd helped him. I think he handled that well. I just think it was Novak finding the right game plan. Thank you, Craig. And going and executing it and ripping forehands and taking it to him instead of hoping the opponent was going to give it to him.
Fair enough. Let's have a quick look at 1 or 2 other players that did take part, at least, albeit that they got taken apart, or on one of these occasions got taken apart by Novak, and that's Carlos. Where does Carlos need to improve in these conditions, in particular, indoors in Turin, to take the next step?
Yeah, I watched his first match, and he looked very, I say very average. For the number 2 player in the world, for how amazing he is, he set the bar so high. And the problem for Carlos wasn't this event. It was the lead up to this event. It was fractured. There was problems with injury. There was problems with plantar fasciitis. I just had it for a year in my right foot. I couldn't shake it for a year.
Yeah,
it's a horrible thing because it hurts like crazy. It hurts your movement. He also had a lower back problem. So at least, we know of those 2 things. There's probably 2 or 3 other niggles that he had. So his preparation wasn't good. And I would put I would put down his not making the final. I mean, he's still, even though after that first loss, he still made it out, but he's just not quite there at the moment. The forehand's spraying too much. The forehand's too big. He needs, because he's off a little bit, he needs to defend a little bit more, and stay in the point and get his reps and make the opponent change direction under duress rather than him changing direction. So, I think Carlos did about as good as he possibly could with the lead-in that was just not ideal for him.
What about Daniil Medvedev? Where does he go from here? I mean, actually, this time a year ago, the future and the immediate future looked pretty bleak for Daniil, having had the sort of post-Australia hangover, if you like, that carried on throughout the year. And in fact, we had a resurgence in February of this year. And actually, I guess outside of the slams, and you could even say with the slams, if you think about Wimbledon and the US Open, but he's actually had a good year in a way. So what about next year? I mean, the problem is that I think you may well agree that Rune should improve, especially physically. Carlos won't be absent for that long, I don't think. Novak's not going anywhere anytime soon. And there's one of Jannik Sinner, I mean, is now arguably a Grand Slam contender. Where does that leave Daniil Medvedev in the pie, if you like?
Well, you've certainly added Sinner to the mix. Sinner is now elevated to a level that he hasn't before. He is definitely a Grand Slam contender. He had match point on Alcaraz when Alcaraz won the US Open. He could have won it that year. He's been sniffing right around for a while, and now he's finally broken through. That win against Novak, that's going to buoy his confidence for the next 12 months. He's going to live off that for the next 12 months, feed off that. So for Medvedev, he's doing nothing wrong. His game is good. I'd like to see him next year not be as emotional under pressure. I'd like to see him a little bit more like Sinner. Sinner keeps it together better than all those guys. Medvedev can engage in the crowd and in quite a negative way, and he just needs to stick to tennis. Stick to tennis. Stick to hitting the ball. Stick to taking titles. Stick to keeping your head in the game and winning these big matches. So I'd like to see him less emotional, and I think just that will create the clarity under pressure in these big matches to find those 2 or 3 or 4 points that he needs to turn a loss into a victory. So he's in a good place. He's an excellent player. I'd like for him to go to the net a little bit more, not only when he has to, but, he dominates so well from the back of the court, but hunt the short ball, hit that deep ball, get the short ball back, and don't be content to go another 3 or 4 balls. Become a little bit more of an all-court player and pressure at the net where the win percentage is always so much better. And he'll be in a good place. So I think he's going to be, certainly one of the top 4 players next year on tour.
Okay, I've got one more for you, Craig, and it's this Boris Becker-Holger Rune partnership. But you can also tell me about, Holger and 2024 and maybe where he could go and where maybe he needs to improve.
Yeah, I think Boris is a great addition to his team. You've got Holger, who's a young player, somewhat of an impulsive player, unbelievably good at coming forward. This is who Medvedev should look at and just go and look at Holger Rune playing, because anything a little bit short, Holger's all over the net. So, Boris brings credibility to win big titles. When you've got a coach, this great picture you've got there, when you're looking in your coach's eyes and your coach has been number one, your coach has won multiple Grand Slams, has been an icon of our sport from a young age, I think it's a great mix. And, Boris is coming out of personal troubles, and for him to be, readily accepted by the rest of the tennis community and tennis fraternity straight back on tour. Boris was so engaging at in Turin. I was in the front row. He was about 15 seats down on my right, and he was standing constantly to start with, I thought, well, his leg's sore. He needs to stand because, you know, his knee's bad. But, he brought so much energy to Holger and so much positive energy, but also strength as well. So I think that is a really good connection. I think Holger will benefit from that for sure. And I think Holger Rune has an excellent year next year, you know, a really good year. He's got such a good all-court game, probably the best all-court game since Federer retired. So his ability to jump on a short ball, his ability to attack, his ability to serve and volley, his ability to come forward with a forehand down the line when standing with 2 feet behind the baseline is probably the gold standard right now. And he just needs, you know, the forehand can get a bit impulsive. He can spray a bit with that. He can get too antsy when things aren't going his way. You know, you can see them, you know, the nerves go up a little bit. He just needs to stay calm. He needs to chill. He needs to breathe. He needs to take his time. There's nothing that there's no problem that he needs to solve. He just needs to not beat himself. And those are the messages that he needs to really take on board for next year. And, you know, he, at some stage next year, he could be number 2 in the world, challenging Novak for number 1.
Craig, huge thanks for coming on and squeezing us into your busy schedule, and enjoy the rest of the year, and catch up with you sometime in 2024. Enjoy
Davis Cup.
I will.
Forza Italia.
Yeah. Oh, you're backing the Italians, are you? By the way,
I've been working with them for 8 years, and I'll be assisting in Davis Cup. So let's hope they finish strong.
Makes sense. And make sure you check out Craig's Brain Game, and also check him out on Twitter as well, and all the socials. Big thanks, Craig, and we'll catch up with you next year.
Pleasure. See you, mate. Bye.
Bye-bye. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Ready? Play. Ready? Play.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time it is in the world, wherever you are tuning in from. I hope you liked the words of Craig O'Shaughnessy that we were sharing just before we went live. I think, despite the fact that was an interview from a couple of months ago, I still think a lot of what Craig was saying at that point remains relevant to this day. It was interesting to hear him say, well, Yannick is now in the mix. Well, he's very much in the mix, and we'll see if he's even more so later on when, of course, he ends up coming across Mr. Rublev. Sip of water necessary. John, did you ever go roller skating with Diana? I presume you mean Princess Diana or Lady Diana? No, I didn't. Hi, Raj. Great to see you there. Already love to see some of this vibrant chat going on. This is what we want. To be honest, to be honest with you, I'm quite happy for the vibrant chat before the match begins. You know, while I'm playing some of this stuff like Craig's words from a couple of months ago. But as I said, I still think it's pretty relevant today. You can come and join and interact with each other in this wonderful space we call the live chat as soon as you want. Just going to take that away for now because that was kind of useful before. But as you saw from that little montage, I guess I can put it back there for now. In fact, we can even do this maybe. Shall we do this so you can see like so? That's a nice little revolving montage there. Yeah, does Rublev have a slam quarterfinal problem? And if so, what kind of problems is it? I love the way that Damien framed his question around this because, you know, I could see Ghosty getting very upset with this. But Ghosty, if you listen and watch that video, and I think you did, in fact, I think you were in the live stream at the time when they were talking about it, it was basically explaining why Andrei Rublev is kind of having this issue. He's either coming up against players better than him, or coming up against players playing out of their skin, or Stefanos Tsitsipas 2020. Which category does Yannick Sinner fall into? And maybe we're going to find out in the next few hours. Raj, they're going for Novak Djokovic in 4 sets. We're going to be bringing you live commentary on all of the quarterfinals. So that is something to look forward to as and when it comes up. I think a Ghosty moment sign for. Yes, I know, Ghosty. Yeah. And will Krejcikova be falling as well? Because that is somebody else who he's been gushing over in the last 24 hours or so. It was very funny, Damien and Vanch debating that. And yeah, but of course we know why he likes Krejcikova. She won San Diego. And that's it. He's from San Diego. He lives in San Diego. He lives, breathes, drinks, eats everything in San Diego. And therefore, if you win San Diego, Vanch is on board. Boom. She has a chance, though. So against Damien, for example, I would say she has a chance. Yeah. Ghosty, you have your favorites and you have your non-favorites, let's say. And I know Sebi Korda definitely falls into one of your non-favorites. Where did you stand on Peter Korda, by the way? I'm going to call him Peter in the Anglo-Saxonized version of his name. But I'd be intrigued to know where you stand on him. Also, make sure you check out our video there that's coming up and down regarding up and down. Is it coming up and down? It's on that revolving thing that you can see with some of those moving pictures of Melbourne and the tennis scene. But also, of course, the head-to-head between Sinner and Rublev. I think it's 4-2 in the favor of the Italian. And many other things. Yeah, and the Sabalenka video as well. Make sure you check that out too. Me too, but don't you worry, Jane, about his emotion? Don't you worry a bit, Janie, about his emotion? That would be my question. Do you think it helps or hinders him at times on the tennis court? That's, I guess, my thing. Let's have a quick look at the poll, and I don't mean Damien. Not the first time I've used that joke, is it? Nah. Yeah, I've got a poll running on YouTube at the moment. Let's have a quick look to see how that is panning out regarding this match between Kostyuk and Gauff. That'll be very intriguing to know. I would imagine it's probably 75-25 in Gauff's favor. To be honest with you, this... okay, I haven't... okay, how far will you have Gauff going? Okay, well, 28% have you her losing to Kostyuk, so that's giving us a clear indication. So 72-30. Yeah, semi-final seems to be... That makes sense. But if she gets to the final, she'll probably win it, which also makes sense. So this poll seems, for once, very unusual. A balanced poll. Let's see if I can just share this now on the screen. A balanced poll. How about that? Yeah, defend Andre. That's fine. Bashers discuss. Hi, Stephanie. And hi, Vitas, she says as well. Good to see you. Jane here. You know, last year I was thinking, he was trying to hold it in more, and that wasn't good either. I think it's better for him. Was he trying to hold it in last year? Dearie me. That was Andre holding it in. Listen, I would love to see Andrei Rublev win a Grand Slam. If any of you watch Jack and I discuss in the Matches of the Year series that we did on Rublev and Rune at the Monte Carlo final, you'll know exactly how I feel about Andrei Rublev. I just fear the worst as a fan. For me, Ghosty, it's the Smiths. It's the Smiths. Yeah. Can I have some alcohol too, Ghosty, please? I want to go down in style at the very least. Yes. If Marta can play at her best, she has a chance. I think athletic is a great adjective for Marta, but I would also say that she's probably second to Coco Gauff in that battle, if you like. Oh, that reminds me. I must send a link to Andre right now. Because Andre's going to join us at some point. Coco link. Now I send him a WhatsApp and say, hey, Andre, you're in whenever you want. Link sent. Yeah, so what was I saying? Who knows? Oh, yeah, Coco and Marta. I think that my thoughts on this match are Marta can win, but if both of them bring the tennis I expect them to, Coco wins. Does that make sense? Is that a cop-out? Am I sitting on the fence? Do I have splinters in my behind? Oh, Morrissey doesn't drink. Okay, yeah, but of course his music you can drink too. But I mean, Morrissey is famously many things. But there we go. He's been a bit quiet in recent years, I think, since sort of COVID broke out. Yeah, Garcia. It was good last year, not so much now. I think 2022 she was excellent. Yeah, certainly for the second half of 2022. Jane makes a good point about relativity. Some emotionality is not received as problematic depending on where you're from, etc. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's too deep perhaps for me to completely go into. Good to hear some of these points here though from the various people in the chat regarding Coco and oh, that's nice. Well, someone agrees with me, Ghosty. How about that? Look at that. What's going on in the world? We have got someone in the chat who agrees with me. Just looking at the screen here, I'm sharing a couple of tweets from Russell Fuller regarding Cam Norrie going down, all guns blazing. Yes, Russell. Russell is someone who, by the way, falls into the category of nice guy, definitely. And I agree with Russell, except the tiebreak. I don't think that was a fun watch if you're a Cam fan, or it was all guns blazing. I think Cam, I mean, it would be nice to speak to Cam about this, and maybe later on the year I'll get the chance to. Oh, that reminds me. Some big talking tennis news. Are you ready for this drum roll? Talking tennis news. I think we need the 30-second countdown for this. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Okay, I won't sing, don't worry. Okay, listen, 30-second drum roll. And in 30 seconds, I have a big announcement to make regarding talking tennis. Was that a bit over the top? Did I have to do that? I mean, did I just do it to have a little breather as well? Yeah, probably. Okay, so anyway, but here's the news, and it is pretty cool. We have a media accreditation for the upcoming Indian Wells tournament in California, I think. Maybe I should know that before I start making these random applications. I presume it's not on an island in the South Pacific. Jake, I thought you were going to sleep. What's going on, my friend? I should probably turn my screen on to see what's going on with the match. Yeah, so Indian Wells, here we come. Good news, no? Did I hype that up too much? Did I go too big? Was the 30-second countdown unnecessary? Stephanie, if you're there, give us a shout, and we'll see if we can bring you together with one or two members of the Talking Tennis community. Anyway, let's get back to the present, shall we? Because I could talk about Indian Wells for a couple of hours and then miss out on the result of Marta and Kostyuk. Marta and Kostyuk? Marta and Coco. You know what I mean. It's very professional. Let's hope Indian Wells aren't paying attention to me fumbling over my words right now, or they might take that accreditation away. Ghosty, don't tell anyone, all right? I mean, tell people about the accreditation. I just mean don't tell them about how we fumble over our words and we get confused and we make mistakes and we discuss and suggest Sebi Korda is a good player and maybe a nice guy. Although maybe they might like that. I don't know how professional this is to have this conversation with you guys here, but anyway, I've got to give me a second while I get my screen up. I know you're thinking, yeah, you should have the screen. I know, but you know, these things can't always go. Not me, Terry. I have other fish to fry. Just because it's too far. Yeah. You only tell your secrets to Trevi Sam. All right. No, I don't want to watch Djokovic Fritz because it's not on right now. That's what it's got offering me for some curious reason. What's been going on in the juniors and even the wheelchairs as well? Hopefully, we'll have we'll do a wheelchair review as well after the tournament. So I'll need to get up to shape with that. Come on, where's Coco? She was here a minute ago. Probably someone's going to tell me that this Coco match has been delayed. Let me have a quick look. Is the Coco match delayed? Oh, it is delayed slightly, probably because of the doubles going on before it. All right, well, that's cool to know. I can just ramble a bit more on other stuff. Okay, so what stuff can I ramble on? Well, I've done a bit of a thought process on Coco, although I do like this poll, and I do like the way some of you have been voting very sensibly. Let's maybe share that on the screen right now. Should we do this? Does this work? And then we do this maybe? Yeah, that works quite well, doesn't it? Yeah, I think that's a fairly balanced thing. I think it is about 26% chance that she loses today. And I think if she does progress, maybe the biggest hurdle will be that semi-final if it's against Sabalenka. Of course, it could be against Krejcikova. And yeah, that'll be interesting. And then, of course, if she does get over that hurdle, she's a hot favorite, whoever she plays against in the finals. So anyway, keep voting. Good to see that our subscriber ticker has ticked over by a couple anyway. So whatever I've been rambling on about in the last few minutes, it seems to have been music to someone's ears. Good bird life around the Salton Sea, which is near the Indian Wells venue. Ghosty, which tennis tournaments have you assisted? Yeah, Terry's not been on time. Yeah, but I think, is it not because there's been a doubles match going on? That's my presumption. Anyway, good to see you here, Terry. And Terry, by the way, thank you for your donation today. That's much appreciated. And Terry, by the way, is a member. And some of you here, Ghosty is a member as well. And I know Jane is too. And of course, if you click that join button below, you can become a member too. And we've just added another subscriber. So I'm very appreciative of that. Oh, the double's on a different court. Okay, so there's no reason then for this delay. Oh, wow. Stephanie and Ghosty here have got some things in common. How about that? I'm going to click on the button that says Taylor Fritz, Novak Djokovic, but I don't know why that is saying I can watch it now. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Okay, let's go back to the home page. What are your thoughts on this match? People in the live chat, Coco against Marta. course, we've got an interesting double scenario coming up in the next 24 hours or so with Krejcikova up against her former partner on the tennis court, Siniakova. So that'll be a bit spicy. We might even do a commentary for that. It's not guaranteed yet, though, so watch this space. Okay. What's Rafa said? Has Rafa said yet? Rafa has allegedly signed up for Doha, which surprises me. Of course, this is Doha announcing it rather than Rafa, so let's see what happens. Regarding Indian Wells, I think it's listen. If he's fit, he plays it. It's simple as that. But of course, fitness and Rafa has been an issue all his career, but even more so the last 13 months where, he's played one tournament and he's postponed and delayed the comeback, if you remember, in the spring of last year before eventually basically writing off his year. So we'll see. But if he's fit, I think he will play it. The way he's feeling and suggesting that he's keen for it. Okay. Get voting in our poll. Let's have a quick chat about some of the other quarterfinals that we've got on the horizon. Krejcikova in the singles against Sabalenka. What do we think about that one? Sabalenka should win it. I think both of these, funnily enough, I think it's sort of, if Marta Kostyuk plays the match of her life, I think she wins. It's Coco's level now that is pretty solid. I'm just watching Hurkacz warming up, by the way. Hurkacz is going to be playing Medvedev, of course, tomorrow. And Hurkacz, I think, has a favorable head-to-head date. I could be wrong, but I think it's 3-2. That'll be interesting. Terry, did you watch our Sabalenka video, by the way? It's out there. It's as you can see on this thing here scrolling over. We've got some promotional stuff there for our Sabalenka video and our Andrei Rublev video as well. Just watching some of the things going on in the background. My plan is to have dinner between these two matches, but I'm starting to get quite hungry. Oh my goodness, Kostyuk and Gauff have got underway. Why? What has happened to my stream? Let me fix this. I don't know what's going on here because I had it a minute ago. But it has since disappeared. No, I don't want to watch old matches. Deary me. I need to find the stream. It's just disappeared. Just disappeared completely. Anyway, let's fingers crossed I can get it up now. I had it on a minute ago, so I apologize for this. But anyway, it looks like a pretty nice start for Marta Kostyuk on serve at 40-15. Yeah, let me know what you think about the other quarterfinals that are coming up. Okay, I'm hoping now I've got it. Yes, I've got it. Finally. My goodness me. It was just disappeared. Anyway, Kostyuk 40-30. I will be bringing you play-by-play commentary in a second if you just bear with me. In the meantime, do hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe. Here we go. Finally. Thank you very much. Kostyuk, they're a little bit disappointed with that 40-30 point. There we go. Nice. Okay. Kostyuk to serve, 40-30. I saw that a lot of people commenting, and it did confuse me, that little yellow tick alongside Marta's name. And I thought it's like she's got a yellow card for something. I'm not the first person to have highlighted that, I know. But yeah, it is a bit confusing. Who are we supporting today? Let's get predictions, by the way, guys. Get your predictions in the live chat right now. I'm going Coco in straight sets. It's probably a bit late for that comment, by the way, because she's got a break point now. Sorry about that. But I do think if Marta just brings it, oh, that's a loose forehand, by the way. And she points at her head, annoyed with herself on that one. And so she should be. Maybe she might need a bit longer to settle as well, Marta. Yeah. Clips the net. It's going to be a second serve here for Coco to look at. Here we go. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the backhand of Coco. Forehand Marta. Backhand Coco. Good depth there. And that's nice. Good depth there from Kostyuk, forcing the error from Coco. Or perhaps it was an unforced error, you might say. Terry there. I'd love Marta to win, but I think Coco will get it. Coco in 3, Ghosty, yeah. I probably won't ever get around to watching Breakpoint. I think I'm done with it, to be honest. Hey, Andre, I can see. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready, Andre. There we go. Andre's ready, so he's going to come into the fold now, and we do that. How are you doing? All right?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Coco's going to win this, right?
Yeah, I hardly think Kostyuk can do something today.
What did you say about Kostyuk, sorry?
I hardly think that she's going to do something. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it was just me not paying attention.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's fine.
The first game, and I don't know where we are in terms of our streams, but the first game suggests a slightly anxious Marta. And it was made kind of worse because she was up 40-15, and you're just thinking, just get over the line your first game, and then you settle and see how you can do on the return. But she's being made to work for this, although a very uncharacteristic backhand error there from Coco going long means we're back at deuce. Are you overwhelmed, underwhelmed, or kind of in the middle regarding the quarterfinal lineup, both for the men's and the women's? That response, Andre.
I'm about all right. I think it's like it's a good lineup. I don't think I've seen anything exceptional in terms of I think it's basically expected. I don't particularly think that so for example, I always think that the women's side is more prone to upset. So the fact that the draw has kind of fell apart in the top draw is not anything new in the terms of the WTA. The field is still pretty strong regardless. So that's not anywhere near something like a criticism of the WTA or anything. If anything, it's kind of more boring to decide because it's like we are still expecting somebody to come in. That's a thing. Yeah, I am excited. I think I'm not overwhelmed or underwhelmed. I'm excited. I think everybody that is there is playing well. I am convinced that Gauff and Sabalenka are doing well, and they're going to get where they need to be. Who's going to reach the final, I don't know. And I'm particularly excited about Tino and John on the other side of the draw. really hope that she gets to get far, at least to the semifinals.
Well, Marta has held, by the way, after another uncharacteristic error, I would say, on the return from Coco. That may go down as a forced error just purely because it was a serve, but I would normally expect her to make that. I'm kind of not sure about whether I'm. So, for example, the Novak Taylor match right now doesn't excite me, but if Taylor sort of made an imprint on the match early on, then it might start to make an impression on me. Same with Sinner and Rublev. A little bit more intrigue there, just because we don't have the level of evidence that we can back Sinner as much as we can Novak. That's for sure. Krejcikova, Sabalenka. Sabalenka should win it. They played each other in Dubai about a year ago, right? And I think Krejcikova won.
I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure Krejcikova beat Swiatek, but I don't know if she plays Sabalenka. Yeah. I just don't know. Sure. So let me check it out.
Yeah, you check it out while I keep mumbling about some of the other quarterfinals on the horizon. I guess maybe on the men's side, maybe the closest to a 50-50, because that's when if you saw 4 quarterfinals and you didn't know which way each match was going, then you'd be pumped for the quarterfinals. And it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter if it's Sampras, Agassi, Nadal, Federer, Djokovic in those quarterfinals, or if it's a bunch of wild cards, True. But the only quarterfinal on the men's side that sort of falls into a close to 50-50 category is Medvedev, Hurkacz, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think so. I am. Yeah. Oh yeah, Sabalenka did lose. Sorry. The head-to-head is 5-1 Sabalenka, and the only win, you were correct, was the Dubai one in the quarterfinals. But since then, she lost 3 more times to Sabalenka. So.
Okay. I'm just going to get the head up myself to see which surfaces they've been on. And so Indian Wells, it looks like, is one of them.
Yeah. So you're right. Actually, I did watch this match. I watched that. It was an impressive first set for Sabalenka. She won a 6-love. I think Krejcikova fought a lot in the second set, took it 7-6. And then from then on, she was unplayable and then beat Sabalenka 6-1 in the third. But then ever since then was Indian Wells 6-3, 2-6, 6-4, and then 2 straight sets. Pretty straightforward for Sabalenka after that.
Let me just have a quick look. So we've got Stuttgart Clay. That's interesting. One is so she did the Miami. She did the Sunshine Double over Krejcikova, and interestingly, she did so with more comfort in Miami. Actually, on a quicker court than Indian Wells, which is pretty stodgy, and maybe Indian Wells is the slowest hard court on the tour. So that's it's an interesting head-to-head, but as you say, 5-1. I mean, the one in 2020 was obviously long before Krejcikova went on to win the French Open. But yeah, I mean, Sabalenka's favorite, and if she brings, it's on her racket. She can deal with the moon balls, I'm sure, that may come her way. And Coco is on the verge of holding, as she has now held. So 1 game all. Coco settling quite well.
Yeah, I think one thing that Gauff has in this match is she knows how to play aggressive players really well. And Kostyuk is one of those players who is going to try to hit hard. So I think that I can see Kostyuk getting more prone to being frustrated with her own errors here and there, with like not being able to hit through Coco. But I don't think that Coco is going to be super troubled here.
Yeah, interesting point about Coco dealing with the really aggressive players, because of course I think about her US Open run last year, and Coco of course had Ostapenko in the quarters and Sabalenka in the final. Mukova is an interesting one where she's kind of aggressive in her own unique way, but it's more of a variety sort of thing from Mukova rather than, and Guile. And by the way, I got a couple of people in the live chat I'm not familiar with, Jacob and Francisco. Do you know Francisco, by the way? Andre, you're on Liamado's side here. Me too. I would like Coco to win. But anyway, Francisco, they're addressing you at least, Andre. Both of you. not you, Andre, but I mean Francisco and Jacob, please do hit that subscribe button, and you'll have the pleasure of seeing the subscriber count, which is just between us, tick over. Gauff, that Gauff Ostapenko match was a tough watch at the US Open last year. I don't know if you saw it or have any memories of that particular encounter.
Not so much. I don't think I was able to catch that, but yeah, I don't remember much. That was what, a quarterfinal, fourth round?
Quarterfinal, yeah. And it was such a contrast from Ostapenko. I mean, she'd just beaten Iga in the fourth round in 3 sets, and the third set she ran away with it. And then Coco Gauff in the quarters, and she just I don't think she checked out. I really don't. The scoreline might look, I think it was 0-2, something like that. But she just got more and more frustrated.
Yeah.
And Coco even didn't really need to do a lot.
Yeah, Ostapenko is basically right now happy to beat Swiatek at every opportunity. It's like, I don't think she cares. I think she feels good enough about her game that she beats Swiatek and she thinks she's good enough, and then starts to get in trouble with other players.
Great rally there, by the way. And that rally could be this match. And if it is, and we get, a dozen of these every set, we're in for a cracker today. Because this rally kind of summed up the best of both players. I thought that Kostyuk had made a mistake with that slice approach. I don't think she did enough with it, but Coco maybe let her off the hook a bit with the passing shot. But Coco showed some excellent defense, some really good aggression. Kostyuk is getting a good placement. Oh, not there, though, on the forehand into the net. How are our streams in terms of being in sync?
We are just replaying the point that it was the greater rally one.
Okay, so maybe I'm slightly ahead of you.
Yeah. Coco is going to... I feel like her forehand right now is just not good enough.
I mean, that's a tale with Coco that's been going on for a couple of years now. That gained even more momentum, I would say, in the spring and clay court season until the French Open, at least last year, where Coco did pretty well at the French Open until she ran into Iga and actually made a more competitive match against Iga than she did in the French Open final the year before. But this forehand thing, I was at the match against Badosa in Madrid, and we just mentioned uncomfortable viewing. That was uncomfortable to watch Coco and the forehand just misfire on the most grandest of scales, where Badosa, I think, won 3-0. And yeah, Badosa again. I spoke to Badosa in the Kostyuk there, Irving. Again. Yeah, I spoke to Badosa in the press conference afterwards and just said, well, you spoke about the game plan a couple of days ago. And do you want to elaborate now? Because Paula said, I don't really want to say too much about the game plan, obviously 48 hours before the match. And now the match had happened, I sort of brought it up again. And Paula said, now you know. And now I've got that sort of heart in the mouth moment where I don't want to look like an idiot, A, in front of the press conference, and even more importantly, in front of Paula. So I said, yeah, I think I know. And she sort of paused. And so I said, I think you were just giving her forehands. And I said, and then I added a bit more. I said, it's interesting because you weren't even attacking the forehand. You were just giving it, right? And Paula said, there you go. And then Paula elaborated and wanted to be as kind as she possibly could to Coco, by saying how good the backhand is. Another difficult but good hold there from Marta. She showered her with praise, but ultimately said, yeah, that was a thing today for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one thing that Kostyuk has been doing right now so far well is that she's been aggressive, especially off the backhand down the line. Yeah, good hold there. Like, she beat Coco on depth. You were a little bit ahead of me, but she just held for 2-1. But yeah, I think being aggressive on the backhand, especially going down the line, I think it's one of the things that's going to make Coco stay too much on the defensive side and who knows? Maybe on the faster courts, it's gonna help out livelier balls right now. So
good margin from Kostyuk as well. And I think I like that. I know that Coco's excellent on the defense, and so therefore that margin is not meaning she's winning every point with a winner, but she is ultimately winning the points with that margin. And she's also not spraying balls, not yet. And it's 3 games, so a lot can change in the next half an hour or so. But she's not spraying balls yet, Kostyuk, and that's obviously a concern. The ones where it's been like, has been like, inside out forehands into the net. But until now, no spraying at least, and she's up on the scoreboard, so that's good news for her too.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't think it's necessarily great news is I just don't think that Gauff has settled yet in this match. I think it's still like a bit of a slow start for her. So if she starts getting which I think she's going to start getting a little bit better, get like a little bit, more comfortable. I think it's going to be trouble for Kostyuk. I think that's when we're going to see the errors coming off of her. So we'll see.
I agree. Coco is throwing in a few more unforced errors than I would imagine. But if Kostyuk can snatch a break in this period, then,
Yeah, that's the thing about best of 3 sets, and especially in the Grand Slams, because it makes upsets a lot easier, and just you just have a lot less time to deal with problems. So if you're in the men's side, you can fall 2 sets to love down. Is it difficult? Yes, it is, but you can still have a comeback and try to like get some momentum in the 3rd and the 4th. But like here, it's like you lose in 1 set, and all of a sudden you're like a set and a breakdown. That's huge trouble. You really don't have a lot of time to get settled in the match in a best of 3 set. In the Grand Slam, it's just like a lot of pressure. So
I mean, I like both. I like both, Andre. I like the fact that there's a bit more of a randomness about the women's game because of this 3-set dynamic. It's a big point here for Coco. But I also like 5 sets, and I like how there's this unique element to Grand Slams. I just haven't come to any kind of conclusion whether I would like to have 5 sets on the women's side, and if I do, where would I introduce it? Would I have it for the entire tournament, or would I not have it at all? I honestly don't know. I like the idea of having a final or a semi-final over 5 sets. But then there's also a part of me, Andre, that wants some consistency on the 2 tours, in that, maybe if we're going to have 5 sets at this point for the women, maybe we should also do that for the men too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even with the men's side, I feel like given the number of injuries that we've seen, how physical the games get, 5-setters, players just playing all year long, maybe it would be a beneficial thing to switch it to best of 3. I think one of the best things that I like, and I'm convinced is never going to happen, but it's just having the first round through 4th round being a best of 3 set, or maybe first to 3rd, and then quarterfinals to final being best of 5 on both tours. I think it would be a really good balance. It's probably going to help on scheduling on a lot of levels, especially when we're getting a lot of rain delays in the US Open, for example. Even though they have, I think, 3 courts there covered, it's still a little bit brutal.
What is happening? What is happening? Yes,
important
Andre.
points here.
Yes.
I guess you were right. That's the thing.
I mean, it was just a thought. It wasn't a prediction, Andre. I wish I could say I was right, but it was a thought that if Kostyuk can strike, and that was a horrible service game from Coco, including some double faults, a couple of them, I think, in that game alone, and some horrible unforced errors. And I think all 4 points came in that manner that went the way of Marta. Yeah. Although now Marta's spraying a forehand. Is that exactly what I said she hadn't been doing thus far, albeit it wasn't completely, like, it wasn't well off the mark. It was just slightly wide. But she struck, and maybe she had to. And now she's got a nose in front. Just hold on for dear life. I do think you're right. I think Coco will settle at some point, and we won't see quite so many gifts from her. And then it's going to be up to Kostyuk and her nerve.
Yeah.
And it's not great right now for Marta.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a matter of, is Coco going to keep the forehand in check and at least like putting it back in play, or is she going to keep throwing in forehand and forced errors and then just getting frustrated about her game up to a point where she can't really come back?
This is where
Oh boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's really looking a bit ugly here for Marta. I mean, she's got the cushion of a break, but you know, I was talking about holding on for dear life for the rest of the set, and it looks like she might not even hold on for one game. And now it's Kostyuk's turn to throw in an ugly service game.
Yeah, it's like one of those moments where it looks like neither player has really settled in super well into the match.
Marta. Ooh, you're about to see this point.
Love 40. It's terrible.
Let me know when you've seen it, because I have a couple of things to say.
Oh. Wow.
She really let her off the hook there. Really let her off the hook without going to the exact place where Marta could really do something with it, and she did. Good passing shot for Marta, but nevertheless, Gauff let off the hook. And we are actually now back to 30-40.
I like that Kostyuk has, at least in this rally, gone with like a more regulation forehand instead of just trying to actually rip it all the time. She doesn't really need to do that. I think she can be a little bit more patient. Yeah. Especially on the forehand side, Coco Gauff is hardly going to try to inject some pace on it. So I think she can, you know, try to get some more rhythm still.
And although she hits a very nice aggressive win on the next one, it was there to be hit, if you like. It wasn't like she pulled the trigger super early or anything.
Yeah.
Ooh. So it was a lovely forehand on the rise that she hit for a winner that you've probably just seen as well.
Found a really incredible angle on the inside-out forehand from the center of the court.
But it was there. It was there, if you like. It was there to be hit, at least. I mean, the angle she produced off it to bring an outright winner that Coco was floundering for, even more impressive. But yeah, I'm quietly impressed with Marta so far. There's a few interesting facial expressions from Marta, but Coco is 0 from 5 on breakpoint opportunities, and Marta is 1 from 1, which may also tell us a little bit about what's been going on. This forehand,
Coco's just not playing well right now.
This forehand, Andre, from Coco, there was something that also it's sort of like, oh, Brad Gilbert's made this difference and blah, blah, blah. And I don't know. Listen, not a lot has been made from it from either camp, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much. But I'm not sure I was super cool with what happened with Pere Riba, Coco's coach, sort of being ousted in the midst of all this, sort of Brad joining the team. But maybe I'm also maybe Pere was too proud, or you know, I know he took up a position with Kim Wen-jeng, and so Pere is fine. But then don't release a statement saying Pere needs some time off, which is what Coco said.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So we have a Ukrainian playing right now, but Ghost asks about Svitolina, who's another Ukrainian.
Yeah.
Sort of on the path of comeback still. I think she deserves to be in the top 20 soon. Who knows, maybe even the top 10. Concerned about her back injury? I don't think we know much about it. So could be just because it could be just something that is just a thing of the moment, maybe just kind of, you know, a muscular thing. Hopefully it's not too serious. We're going to have to see what are the statements that she's going to make about her next tournament. If she's out for like the the entirety of the next few tournaments until the Sunshine Double, then I think we could be a little bit more concerned. But so far, we just don't really know.
I was thinking if she misses, I was actually probably a little bit more okay with that, in that, you know, if she misses February but comes back for the Sunshine Double, I don't think it's too bad. If she misses the whole of this period of the season and comes back for Clay, then that's a big miss for her. But with this injury, I mean, she said it was a muscular one, you know, it locked. So, and I think probably why one or two people in the chat might be thinking a bit more serious, just because back and wrist injuries can be problematic. But on the plus side, I don't recall her having too many injury concerns since her return to the tour, and she wasn't particularly prone to injuries, I don't think, beforehand. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, Andre.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it's just a shame. I'm more looking at the short-term situation with her right now. It's just a shame for the next 3 or 4 days that she wasn't able to perhaps get to the final. You know,
it was really a missed opportunity. Not that she had anything to do with it. It was just a very unlucky missed opportunity. It's not like she played a poor match or, you know, choked it out or something. But it's just life happened.
Yeah, just totally unfortunate. And, you know, you can do all the preparation in the world, but things happen. And, yeah, I mean, she was obviously very upset. She was very diplomatic and polite about it in the press conference about this missed opportunity with, you know, 1 or 2 people obviously dropping out the draw. She didn't dwell on that. You know, she was paying, you know, compliments to other players that are still in the tournament. And it's true. She could have lost yesterday if she was 100%. That's how well Noskova has obviously been playing. By the way, Kostyuk is playing well now as well. So,
all right. So for me, it's currently 1-4, 15 all.
Kalinskaya, I think, has a nice balance between aggression and consistency. I mean, there's Kazakina, who's obviously got her style, and Sariba's Tormo, who has her style as well. But I think Kalinskaya she's consistent, but I think she can bring it too. Just because of someone saying this in the chat.
Yeah.
Do you like ball bashers, Andre?
No.
You're not a ball basher. So these are the 3 or 4 players that spring to mind: Andre Rublev, Yannick Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz. I know it's a stretch. Sabalenka, is she a ball basher?
She used to be a big ball basher. I think U.S. Open final that she lost to Gauff, she was ball bashing, and that's why she lost. Because she didn't really have anything else to fall back to when the winners were just not coming. So she has been playing better. I feel like that she's played more intelligently this Australian Open, like controlled aggression, intelligent aggression. I think Rublev's problem with the ball bashing is exactly that. I talked so much about Rublev. I almost feel bad at this point. He's doing so well in his career. He's world number 5, I believe. So he's obviously a good player. But the way that he's normally been playing has been bad in a way that just because he's almost just relying on power all the time. His plays are pretty predictable. His second serve is very attackable. So just because you hit hard doesn't mean that you're gonna win points. I mean, some players are really good at like absorbing pace, but also to say that what do you say? How did she say that? I think it was consistency and reducing unforced errors. That's a huge part of the game. But if you were just about that, Alex de Minaur would be a Grand Slam champion by now. So I think there is a level of controlled aggression that you need to have. I think Sinner used to be a huge ball basher. Now he's just playing a whole lot better, but he does like to just hit hard. So he can be a problem. He can just get too trigger happy and screw up. But Alcaraz is not a ball basher. I don't think he is. I think he's an extremely intelligent player.
I just love it every time you say ball bashing, Andre. In about 2.5 minutes there, I think you said the expression about 8 times, and I loved it every
Really?
time. Yeah, it just made me giggle. Yeah, I don't know why. So yes. Anyway, we're watching some pretty meaty shots here. Where the unforced error count for both players is gradually creeping up.
Hmm.
I mean, there's different ways of looking at the ball bashing and different trains of thought. There's the sort of I don't know what to do ball basher. There's the ball bashing for the sake of it. There's perhaps some thoughts about not having any guile. You know, obviously Mukova would fall into a different category. I mean, the thing is, two players that are, you know, heading in that direction. That's somewhere on the spectrum, wherever you want to put them. Rybakina and Sabalenka produced the match of the year last year, you know, in my opinion. Right now, this is getting uglier for Gauff. This is sort of the Coco of a year, 18 months ago we're seeing at the moment. And you mentioned about Coco settling. Well, she might be a set down before she settles. And as you said, in women's tennis, that's you know, it's a long time. It's half the match potentially.
In women's tennis in Grand Slams, because for the rest of the year it can happen in the men's tour as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, sorry. The double fault count for Coco is creeping up. It's 3 now.
Hmm.
And the backhand from Coco is not doing any good things at the moment either. When you hit a ball on the rise, cross court, inside out, and it doesn't go into the net, as it can often do, as we've seen a couple of times from Marta today, that is a nice feeling when it just skids off the surface and your opponent just can't do anything.
And we are 5-1.
Yeah, I wanted to wait till you got to that point, but yeah, a double fault and then a horrible backhand from Coco, which was more like a forehand, really, that went just as soon as it came off her racket. It's like, that's going long. She just mistimed it, I think. And yeah, this is certainly turning into an interesting match. It's a pity. Ever since I said, wow, if we get that point that we had about 15 minutes ago, if we get some of those points in the match, we'll have for a cracker. We haven't had a point like that since. We've just had some, you know, some good shots from Marta and some not so good shots from Coco, let's say.
This could be the first set that Coco loses the entire tournament, right?
Say again, sorry?
This would be the first set Coco Gauff drops in this Australian.
Yes. Yeah, both her and Arena haven't dropped a set yet.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at the chat. When was this? This is not to you, Andre. I'm talking to the people in the chat. When was this Nerlan entry that you're all referring to, people? It wasn't today, I don't think. I haven't seen Nerlan in the chat yet. Maybe I missed it. It was last night that he entered. This is a legendary character who enters the chat and has some very random things to say and ask, and most of the time extremely amusing. Not always, Andre, but he is very funny a lot of the time.
Sorry,
like right now, he would just. This is a classic Nerlan comment. Okay, he would enter the chat right now, and he would go, "Kostyuk will be world number 1 by the spring," something like that. Just something nuts and random. By the way, it's not looking good right now for Marta in this game.
Just to come back a little bit on the ball bashing thing, just because I saw a few comments here and there. I'm gonna say the version of Rublev that took the last 2 sets against Deminor was probably the best version of Rublev I've ever seen. I think that the way that he's hitting his backhand is one of the best that I've seen so far. I think it's been intelligent to take it down the line, just take it earlier, and overall, just going down the line, I think is it was great.
So you know this Nerlang
Was
guy?
it for me? Yeah,
Apparently he asked you. Okay.
I think it was the other day. I think this guy asked if Owen was vaccinated or something.
Oh, it's Owen, maybe. Okay. He also said Owen had nice hair. Yeah. But Kostyuk there gets broken as a result of a double fault. I think I'm looking at some clay courts in the grounds of the Australian Open. Didn't know they had.
I think they have a few ones like way off. Like it's not close to the main. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's kind of an area that Wimbledon has, I think, a little far away from the actual main event, which is, I think, maybe where they do the qualifiers. They do qualifiers like on some site a couple of miles
I think
away.
there used to be the things, but now I think they're doing qualifiers on the main courts.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Except for center. I think center court, they used to keep it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the main courts, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe one as well. Number one court. You ever been to Wimbledon, Andre?
No, I haven't been to a single Grand Slam yet, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I was mentioning earlier, we've been accredited for Indian Wells, so that's nice.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm too far away.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, that's one of the beauties, of course, of having some people who a lot of the people who do contribute to the show in different parts of the world, that fingers crossed we'll have someone near a lot of the big ones, not all. Australia and Asia is still a sort of an area of the world that we're not really covered in. But we're trying for Santiago, and we're trying for Rio and Buenos Aires as well. So we'll see if that works out. And with Indian Wells, we've got one or two people nearby.
What do you have in Rio? I mean, I guess yourself, right? Would you be the one?
Yeah, it would be me for Rio and Buenos Aires. For Santiago, Juan Ignacio. Vance did San Diego last year, for example. So, you know, these sort of things. And I'm on mainland Europe for most of the year, in fact, almost all the year. So lots of the tournaments in and around me, but even in Spain and Portugal are kind of doable. And then the UK, we've got plenty of people as well. So last year we had Jamie doing Surbiton, which is a challenger that takes place the same time as the French Open. So you'd think it's nothing big, but of course with Andy Murray playing there last year, and he may well play there again this year, sort of brought a crowd. Yeah. So yeah, we're getting a few of these tournaments in, which would be good, and fingers crossed we can add one or two more this year. My stream has frozen a couple of times, so I'm probably even behind you right now. I'm just fast forwarding it a little bit. For those of you just tuning in, do hit the like button. Also give Andre a follow on the socials. What's your social media handle, Andre?
Rolenberg Andre on Twitter, just at Rolenberg Andre. And there's the podcast, which is, I think, just that, Tennis and Bagels.
Yeah, Tennis and Bagels podcast. You've had Steve Flink on a few times, right? Or at least a couple of times. Yeah.
Vansh is able to get him on at least 4 to 5 times a year. So that's nice.
Yeah, he's great. He's coming on. He was on Talking Tennis for the first time in December. We did a Matches of the Year series. And he came on for one of those to have a look back on the Wimbledon final between Alcaraz and Djokovic. And he's also coming on again on Friday, post men's semi-finals. We'll have a look forward to the men's final. So Steve will be on later on this week.
Nice.
He has a sort of forensic, photographic awareness of matches that is unparalleled, I would argue. You know, you talk to him about the 15-30 point in the second set in the third round at Roland Garros between Altmaier and Sinner, and he's like, yeah, I remember that point.
He has an incredible memory for points in general.
Game point now for Gauff. She did face one set point on her serve, and I think holding serve here could be significant just because Marta might start to panic a little bit, having tried to serve it out once at 5-1. Ooh, a net cord. Ay, Marta. Is that Ghosty? Is that you in the crowd there with that American shirt I can see? Let me know if that is you, Ghosty, in the chat. You identify as Canadian, Andre?
Yeah. I'm Canadian, Brazilian, I'd say.
Canadian, Brazilian,
yeah.
okay.
Or Brazilian, Canadian, no. I don't know. I don't know what's the order that people like, but yeah.
Brazilian, Canadian, maybe B before C. B before C. I do sometimes think about it when I'm writing the title for these tennis matches, that I do think about just crazily pedantic fans going, you put Kostyuk before Gauff or whatever. So sometimes I think about it, but sometimes I've just written it and it's just happened. And I'm like, okay.
I would tend to just go for before the match happens. Yeah, the seed.
The seed, yeah.
And
yeah.
after
so
the match is over, the winner.
Yeah, I do tend to, but
yeah. Okay, so like, not that this matters all that much right now, but there was a question there, like, does Rublev have a quarterfinal problem? I think his main problem has been opposition, to be fair.
Yeah. Who asked that question? Oh,
it showed up on the screen.
Okay, let me have a look. Who asked that? Anyway, just curious.
I think that was a question that maybe you posted on Twitter.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought you meant in the live chat. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, that's a video that we've done, and it's sort of just like laying out the previous 9 quarterfinals. I think it is that he's lost. Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what we come to. I mean, one of the points is, oh, that's horrible. One of the points, Andre, that is kind of laid out in the way that Damien framed the question on Twitter the other day is like, 6 or 7 of these matches, or 5 or 6 of these matches, come up against Medvedev on a hard court. Andre's not winning that match most of the time. In fact, I think any of the time, or not. Sorry, I should say most of the time. I think Andre has beaten him once or twice, but one of those was indoors in Turin. Rafa and Novak and Roger, I think, maybe feature. Certainly 2 of those 3 do feature, maybe not Roger. So what are you going to do? And there's sort of a couple which is maybe being nice. I think the Cilic loss on Clay at the French Open, maybe, but then Damien makes the point that Cilic was just playing out of his mind, particularly in the 5th set tiebreak. And then the other one is that the sort of the outlier is the Tsitsipas one. It's in a non-category. We don't really know where to put it. Tsitsipas against him at the French Open in 2020.
I think that it was in the French Open, so it was on clay. I would still pick Tsitsipas to be better on clay in general. So yeah, it was just, I think it was a surface problem. If that was in hard court, maybe I think it could have been Rublev's way. I think he kind of wasted a bit of his chance when he faced Tiafoe, the US Open.
Yeah.
Even though Tiafoe was definitely playing really well, took Carlos Alcaraz to 5 sets in the semifinals, but he lost in straight sets in that match, and he lost a tiebreaker 7-0. So
yeah. I mean, Tiafoe did play really, really well, but yeah,
that's one of the things, like, players that he would normally not beat, and players that were playing just out of their minds.
Yeah.
This match is about to turn around. Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah. Tell me when you've seen this 30-40 point.
It's just currently happening.
Yeah, it's an epic rally.
Oh,
It's a
what a
good rally.
break.
Yeah, I know.
Coco being a lot more aggressive, redirecting shots with their forehand. Not necessarily playing, just lightning speed forehands, but just placing them really well.
Yep. I mean, Marta did well to get a racket on that. She is athletic. But yeah, I mean, Ghost is here saying, are we seeing an upset? Well, actually, yeah, it would be a small upset, but in the Australian Open grand scheme of things, it wouldn't be as big as some of the other ones we've seen already. But yeah, back on serve. I mean, when that 5-1 break happened, you do start to wonder. You're not necessarily anticipating it, but you do think, okay, Marta maybe needs to get this done in the next game or two, because she's going to try and serve it out again. It might get really tricky. So here we are, Gauff at 4-5.
Yeah. Just checking in some stats, and
Tell me.
it's been a bit of a missed opportunity for Kostyuk. Obviously, she was 5-1 up, but Coco has hit 3 winners and 19 unforced errors.
Yeah, that's insane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that almost certainly won't continue. That's why it was like, well, Marta might just win the first set as a result, and then we'll see where we're at. But yeah, interesting times right now.
Oh.
15 all now on the Coco serve here, 4-5.
Kostyuk is moving really well, especially to her backhand side.
Have you seen the 15 all point yet?
Nope.
Okay. So it's
I just watched the 15 or love 15 point.
Yeah.
Coco's about to serve.
That's nice, no?
What? She changed her mind like mid volley.
Oh, you mean
was
Coco?
going to hit a drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was going to hit a drive volley and just decided just kind of push it back.
Yeah.
She did well in the second volley, but Kostyuk was just there, so made the pass. Yeah.
Oh, Marta.
Good pass though.
So, tense moments for both players. And you just think that if it's going to be a tense moment for both players, it'll be Coco with her experience. I mean, it's incredible to say that for someone so young. This could be a very, very painful set loss for Marta, or even match loss, because of this first set.
For me, Marta just missed a return to the net.
Yeah, that was a little.
Oh, yeah. I don't understand much of the slice there. I think she had time for a top spin, but I guess it is definitely a tense point.
Yeah.
It did get really low, so maybe she just miscalculated the bounce.
Yeah. And you sort of really, it'll have to be an incredible dig deep now for Marta to win this set, I think, you know. whether to win it 7-5 or 7-6 in either of those ways.
You can just see the body language just switched. Kostyuk was the most positive throughout up until the 5-1 moment, and you could see Coco was just not, feeling it. She felt frustrated, negative, and now Kostyuk is the one who's extremely, negative, which can happen to her, but we'll see. It's still 5-all, technically, even though Gauff has momentum, is tied. So,
yeah. She should, a titan of the sport would just reset and go, you know what, this is tennis, this can happen. But Marta Kostyuk, bless her, is not quite yet a titan of the sport. And it's going to be so difficult for her mentally right now. Such a mental challenge. Even just holding here could be huge. That might be the difference. If she can hold here, then, she's arrested the 5-1 slide that she had. The problem is, as you highlighted earlier, she's now at 5-all, and Coco has probably played her worst set in 9 months. I've not seen every set of Coco's in that 9-month period, I will confess, but Jake, yes, Damien will be coming on. He'll be here more or less through the other 3 matches, not necessarily for every single minute, but I think he's going to be here or hereabouts for lots of the tennis to come. And it's kind of going from bad to worse right now for Marta.
Yeah, sadly, we haven't really seen both players playing at their best at the same time too often. We've gotten a couple of really good rallies, but it's tense. You can see that they're nervous.
Yeah, but the nerves are more prevalent right now, in my opinion, on the Ukrainian side of the net, just because of what's taken place in the last 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, agree. Well,
it's just getting worse and worse. It's getting uglier and uglier. And we see it a lot in tennis, unfortunately. And it's a tough watch at times. I mean, Coco's doing what she has to do, and the Tupperware is coming out. In fact, while we have this short break in play, I want to play this for your purpose as much as anyone else's, Andre. I spoke to Coco in Madrid, and this, of course, is a few months before her Grand Slam win, but it'll be interesting to get your take on these words. So here we go. This is what Coco told me in Madrid last year. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career, was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface, but I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Very mature young lady, right? I mean, this is obviously quite prescient because of what was to come in the following months for Coco. And of course, she had a horrible loss at Wimbledon. I mean, first round to Kenin. And I certainly didn't see the run that she was going to embark upon across the North American hardcourt swing, where did she win Cincinnati and Washington and maybe make the semi-finals in Canada, I'm going to say. Where did she get to in Canada, Andre? Can you remember?
Fairly sure it was.
Did she lose to
Wait, was
Iga
it
in Canada?
quarterfinal? I think it was quarterfinals. She
Okay.
lost to Pegula.
Pegula, okay.
Well, Pegula had a pretty good run, beating Gauff and Swiatek. Gauff in the quarters, Swiatek in the semis, and then faced a very, very fatigued Samsonova in the final.
Yeah. So Gauff is serving for the set. She's on a run of 5 games in a row. Yeah. Not the highest quality of matches, but sorry, Andre?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not just saying that. She just missed the setup for him.
Yeah.
Very enforced error.
Yeah, I mean, Kostyuk maybe just needs to go back to basics right now and just hope that Coco can just struggle a bit to serve this one out. But Coco's mental strength is something that that I would attribute to her a lot more now than I would have done 6-12 months ago.
Where are we in terms of break points?
I would say it's not great reading for either player. They've both broken lots of times, but I bet they've had like 3 from 10 or something like that.
Yeah, you actually got it right. Coco had 3 break points converted out of 10.
Oh, wow.
Kostyuk had 2 out of 4.
Oh, 2 out of 4 for Kostyuk. Okay. I was actually imagining that Kostyuk had a few more than that as well, but
oh no, never.
Anyway,
never mind. The opposite. Coco had 3 out of 10, and Kostyuk had 2 out of 5 now.
2 out of 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Kostyuk has some break chances now, though.
Well, the first one she's gonna lose. That was the count that I was just making, but
yeah. Oh, okay. So you're ahead of me. Maybe I need to.
I was just checking the stats on the AO app. So.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. She does lose the first one. Yeah. So it's 30-40. Just went a bit long. It wasn't too far long, but yeah, kind of not quite sticking to the just stay solid in this game idea that I had.
I think she's trying. It's just made a bit of an honest mistake there. Of course,
yeah. It wasn't too. It was very. I'm sure it was very close to the line. They didn't show it, but it felt close. But now Gauff has saved those 2 break points, so it again the sort of pendulum has swung back in her favor.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit of an ugly set, but Coco can get this one done here. I think that.
Yeah, which you might see a race away with the second set by being a lot more solid. It does have a sort of 7-6, 7-5, 6-1 feel to it, doesn't it? In a way.
It definitely feels like a tiebreaker set, but we'll see what happens. And even in this tiebreaker, I couldn't tell you who could win it.
Coco. If it goes to a tiebreak, Coco wins it. I think.
Coco?
At least that's where my gut feeling is. Yeah. Wow, you're about to see something very interesting.
We just crossed the 1 hour mark of this match.
What do you make of that?
It's been a struggle.
Indeed, it has. Yeah.
The winners to forced errors ratio has risen from Coco from 5 to 22. Kostyuk is 11 to 22. Each player has hit. Kostyuk has hit 5 double faults. Gauff has hit 4. Only 1 ace, which was Coco's, and that was that one where Kostyuk just completely misread the bounce.
Looks like we're going to have a medical timeout here because, of course, we wouldn't normally have a sort of a pause in play between 6-all and the tiebreak. But it looks like it doesn't look too concerning in a way. At least I'm looking at the body language of of everyone here. Coco may be asking some questions, but it looks like Kostyuk needs some attention to her left foot. It might just be a case of some fresh strapping. I don't know. But there doesn't seem to be too many concerned looks in her team. They don't look too concerned. I'm not sure if Coco's too amused.
Something on her. Yeah, something on her big toe.
Yeah, she's obviously got some strapping on the foot, but it doesn't look, it looks like something just to keep it stable, maybe, rather than, it's not like she's recovering from a broken bone or something in the foot or anything crazy like that.
Yeah.
Medical Sorenko. Yeah, Jake's being a bit cynical here, I think. And I think it just could be she just needs some freshness or something to it. Maybe it's even something wrong with the toenail.
Yeah. I mean, she just broke to go to 6-all, so when you're winning, it's rare.
Yeah, when you've won the last, you would normally think that, yeah. And I think it could just be a case of she just needs something done. Just needs some quick strapping to just maybe it's a toenail that's fallen off.
Yeah.
But yeah, her compatriot Sorenko is known for some interesting medical moments, so we say. Who's the French player? Oh, 35-year-old French woman. Elise Cornet. Yeah, she's someone who I'm sort of she's on my radar for this kind of thing, should I say.
What's your opinion on that? Go ahead.
She even cheekily said last year at the Billie Jean King Cup that her opponent took advantage of her ailing health, if you like. And I thought, yeah, maybe, they're going to, but your opponent's health is ailing mentally. There's only one person it's not good for you mentally. You're the healthy one. I'm not saying that of course you're more likely to win the match, but you're more likely to win it because of the physicality. You're not more likely to win it because of a mental scenario. You're more likely to lose it if it's coming down to a mental scenario when you've got an opponent because the natural thing is to start to change your shots, to play towards the opponent's injury. It's very difficult to get that out of your mind. So yeah, what were you going to ask me, Andre?
Oh yeah, in terms of that, like, what do you think about the strategical bathroom breaks?
I mean, at the end of a set, refresh, slap yourself around the face, Andy Murray-esque, if you like. I think at 2 sets all in the 2020 US Open final. As long as it's not too long, I'm okay with it. Change the clothes. There should be a sort of a limit in terms of time, and I think there is, isn't there? I think it might be 5 minutes. Yeah. But of course, they are often, I mean, the word strategic is the key word in your question, where there is a line there that I'm sure many players on the tour, probably even half the players on the tour, cross from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's a little lame, but I feel like the idea is, I don't like that you call this a bathroom break. Bottom line is, like, if you want to have an actual regulation timeout that you can take between sets, just call it a timeout, like you do it like in sports like volleyball. You can't take a timeout. There's a certain number of them that you can take, but I don't like it when it's just, I'm just gonna take a bathroom break. One moment that obviously there's all the Tsitsipas thing, but I remember very clearly I was watching, well, it's not too long ago, but the next gen final between Medvedev and Arthur Fils, where at both sets that Medvedev lost, he took a bathroom break right after. And I remember thinking about this.
Well.
Sorry?
Those sets are pretty quick as well. Yeah. The sets are pretty quick as well.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's if you if you want to have like an actual timeout for like a strategical timeout, I think you can just call it that. And I think I'll be more okay with that than just pretending to take a bathroom break to just go and do nothing. But I do agree with you. Like if it's like something that's just quick and easy, just take an extra 2 minutes or so. That's okay with that. But players that would just take a full on 10 minutes in the bathroom, it's doing nothing. I don't know.
I mean, a reset and change of clothes, something that all the top players have done.
Yeah.
You know, Rafa, Novak, Stefanos. Yeah, I mean Novak for me, I saw it. You know, in when it happened, but I don't have a big issue with it. You know, so Novak did it. I remember in the French Open after when he was 2-0 down, comes back and just looks like a man possessed and plays like it too. Anyway, the tiebreak is now getting underway. And
Yes.
The first point, in keeping with the tradition of the set, has gone to one player or the other one. On this occasion, it's Coco Gauff, courtesy of an unforced error, and it comes from a double fault from Marta Kostyuk in what has been an error-strewn set from both players. But here we are, Coco to serve. Not that serving has been a huge advantage to either player in this match so far. Lovely, 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 Marta. Lovely. Yes, Jake, I agree. But I'm always a bit wary of this version when it's framed in that. I mean, I would say the same with Alexander Zverev. You know, the version of Alexander Zverev we've seen so far easily loses to the version that we've seen of Carlos Alcaraz. But that's not how it is, you know? It's not how it is. It doesn't always work like that. I mean, you're playing to what's going on the other side of the net. There's all sorts of dynamics going on. You know, it's like it's funny how somebody plays in a particular fashion. Then we see them play Carlos Alcaraz and we go, wow, match of the year. You know, Dan Evans is incredibly dynamic when he plays Carlos Alcaraz. Even Yannick Sinner, and I'm going back sort of a year, 18 months, 2 years. We would watch Sinner across the tour and go, yeah, he's a good player. He's quite spectacular. But we just know that when him and Carlos would get in a room together, it's just like fireworks. I can watch Novak play matches throughout the year and not be that inspired, and then suddenly he's on a court with Carlos and I'm going nuts about both players. Plus you kind of can just bring it, and the pressures are different when Alexander takes the court to play Cam Norrie or Klein or Koepfer. It's totally different to when he takes the court to play Carlos Alcaraz. Where's the pressure, you know? Now it's a free hit for Sasha. So, you know, Coco against Arena could be completely different. Semi-final.
Yeah.
What Sabalenka,
I mean,
what version of Sabalenka is going to turn up?
Yeah. If you just remember not too long ago, just the US Open final where Sabalenka took the first set pretty easily, I would say, off of Coco, and then the rest is history.
Indeed. Ghosty there suggesting his medical timeout might have disrupted you and I. I think we were a little bit off. We weren't quite producing our best. We'll try and do it now for the rest of this tiebreak. Gauff is now up a mini break. I mean, the points are just being given away in some respects. I mean, Gauff did well on that last one to force the error, to be fair, but the previous 4 points were not quite so aesthetically pleasing. That's much better from Coco. And the advantage very much now with the number 4 seed and US Open champion seeking to get her. It'd be interesting to know about back-to-back titles, US Open, Australia, because I think on the men's side, it's like one of these things that just hasn't really happened. I remember Medvedev going for it across 21, 2022, and it was mentioned how this hasn't been done in X amount of years, or it's only been done this amount of times. So it'll be interesting to know how many women have done this back-to-back Grand Slam double. Naomi Osaka, maybe?
Naomi Osaka, I believe she's done it twice.
Oh, wow. How about that? So it's maybe a lot more common then.
I believe that both the Grand Slams that she won, the 4 Grand Slams that she won, I'll check that actually. Let me see.
Have come back-to-back. Yeah, might have done. I mean, 2020, 2021 certainly rings true for me. And now we're seeing a double fault from Coco Gauff, having held a 4-2 advantage at the change of ends.
It's just the classic, does anybody want to win this set? Yeah, confirmed Naomi Osaka won US Open and Australian Open back-to-back in 2018, 19, and 2020, 2021.
There you go. For those of you just tuning in, do hit that like button. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe. Kostyuk here serving at 3-4 as this set does build towards a crescendo. When Marta's getting depth on those shots, and yes, the depth more than painting the lines on either side. When she's getting the depth, it's causing Coco a lot of trouble, who's standing quite close to the baseline during the rallies. And we're at 4-all now on the Marta Kostyuk serve.
Coco's just mistiming the ball. It's just weird.
Even the double faults are kind of weird. Oh, Marta. I mean, the rallies feel like 9 times out of 10 are ending in an unforced error. Often, like a very, not nice unforced error. If there's a possible range of errors that are nicer than others, if you like. You know, double faults where you're watching that second serve and it's just drifting into the net, and you're like, okay. Now Coco has the advantage again at 5-4.
I mean, it looks like about half the points were lost on unforced errors so far.
Unforced errors, okay. I mean, there's just not many forced errors, I guess, either. Now
yeah, it's like it's one of those stats that just doesn't show, unfortunately.
No, right. It doesn't. No, I know. It's subjective as well, so I understand that.
Yeah, that is that too.
The go-to, let's go to the forehand. Good idea there from Marta and bringing up the error on the Gauff forehand side.
Oh.
Now Marta's going to get a second serve. I mean, that first serve from Coco had the look of a second serve, and this is one of the best servers in the game. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'm about to see that one to bring up set point.
Set point for someone. Jake asking, can we draft Azarenka?
I would love to.
Oh, yeah, you've got a soft spot for her too. Yeah, you and Jake both.
Wow. What a return.
What a return, yeah. For really good second serve from Coco, actually. I was just saying how timid the first one was, and we've got set point for Marta Kostyuk. Yeah, so here we go. I might even just talk us through this one. I apologize that you're going to be a bit behind this one, but here we go. Second serve for Marta. Forehand return for Coco. Oh, Marta.
I didn't realize it, but Kostyuk has already had a set point, and that was over half an hour ago.
Oh, maybe at 5-1.
Yeah.
Might have been at 5-1. Might have been at 5-2 even on the Coco serve, actually.
I think it was about that one, actually. Wow. A horrible miss.
Because I don't think it would. Oh, maybe it was on her serve. I think she was 5-1, love 40 though on her serve, and then she got it back to deuce. And I've got a feeling she might have eked out an advantage on her serve. And at that stage, my concentration was starting to wander towards the second set.
Me too. Anyway, I was already seeing like how it was gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 6-all now. 6-all.
It's 1 hour and 15 minutes into this first set now.
She's not getting any free points on serve, though, Marta, either. You know, the first serve is just not a problem for Coco. And now it's Marta's turn to and now we have a first set point, I believe, for Coco Gauff.
Yeah, most likely. Wow.
She might have been 6-5, but I don't know.
2 straight enforced errors from the forehand.
Yeah. So Coco to serve. Goes way long with that first serve. Nearly takes Kostyuk out. Second serve here. Coco Gauff should just get it in, just roll it in and get into the rally. Marta's nerve has got to be something now.
She must be hating herself.
Wait. So,
Wow.
Didn't finish with an unforced error, but it was a very tentative rally, I think. And Coco just dialed it up a little bit and ends up winning that tiebreak 8-6.
I think it just goes to show like the mental fortitude difference between those two right now.
Yeah. When it, Jake here saying 6-2 set cone coming. It does sort of feel, as I said, like a 7-6, 6-1, something like that. Of course, the winner of this match will play the winner of Krejcikova and Sabalenka. All 4 quarterfinals that are taking place today will be live on the channel. So make sure you stick around for the other ones to come. The next one coming up, of course, is Novak Djokovic against Taylor Fritz. Are you excited at all by the Fritz Djokovic match, Andre?
Not excited, but you always expect a little. I saw good things from Fritz in the Tsitsipas match. Of course, Djokovic is no Tsitsipas, so it's going to be different. But I wonder what he's going to do. I really do, because
he's got
hasn't
to do
really
something.
been super. Yeah,
He
hasn't been super close to beat him. Yeah,
no. I mean, he had the 5-setter at the Australian Open the other year when Novak was injured, and at the ATP Tour Finals, I think he had a set point with a short backhand where someone called out in the crowd, and he puts a backhand into the net. It's one of those things, and he never recovered from that. But the US Open quarterfinal last year was quite ugly viewing, where it was just sort of baseline rallies where Novak was not having to do a huge amount and letting Taylor do all the work for him, if you like. Now, can Marta 5-1 up in that first set, serving for it twice, having set points both in the set itself but also in the tiebreak, can she regather and knuckle down and try and get her way back into this match? It's just such a mental barrier for her to overcome that I'll be mightily impressed if she does. She does so in the first point anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no worries, Andre. By the way, you can always air these thoughts. It's all right if you say to me, John, I've got 5 minutes and then I've got to go. I mean, sometimes I'm talking like to the audience. Like earlier, what was I saying to the audience? I was like, oh, I can't find the match on the stream right now. Sometimes you try not to air too many thoughts, but yeah, no problem, Andre. You go whenever you've got to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see how this first game goes. I wouldn't be surprised if Kostyuk gets a break either. It's still off. I don't think Coco is settled in. Like I think she's got some good cushion right now. Of course, like having won the first set should be a really good momentum change for her. But she hasn't been playing well, so that's what needs to change.
Yeah, and I thought it would change sooner. I thought it would we might get to 2-1, 3-1, something like that, 3-2, and then we'd see Coco sort of settle down. But we're still at neither player has settled, and we're over an hour and 20 minutes into the match.
I wonder if it's just too hot in Australia right now.
Yeah, I thought that as the heat was beating down on both players. I've thought that a few times during this tournament and many Australian Opens in years gone by. I mean, the good news for Kostyuk is if she just knuckled down and had 2 or 3 solid games, it might be enough to get it back to 1 set all. At least at the moment, with the way both players are playing. I mean, one player or the other just settles down and just plays well for, let's say, 2, 3, 4 games. For Coco, that'll be enough to win the match. For Marta, it might be enough to get it to 1 set all, and then who knows? And Marta Kostyuk breaks to love. Some unforced errors there. Marta as well. Just nice controlled aggression from her. Fingers crossed there wasn't any movement issues. I didn't notice anything with Marta in the first set. I know she had that obviously that medical timeout, but I didn't. The collapse from 5-1 felt like it was more of a mental issue than a physical one.
Yeah. I think she got too eager on the set points in the tiebreaker, the one that she hit the forehand into the net. I think she just got too excited about it and, paid the price.
Yeah, can happen. Jake quoting Brad Gilbert. So Kostyuk has an advantage again, but don't forget, of course, she had a huge advantage in that first set at 5-1 up. We might just see another set with a bunch of breaks of serve. We've just gained another subscriber. Thank you very much, whoever that is.
All right, so as Kostyuk is somehow in the lead again in the set after 2 unforced errors from the backhand, 1 forced error from the backhand, and a forehand winner from Kostyuk to break. And it's love 30. Oh my gosh, like this match is just awkward right now.
It is, yeah. Marta shouting at her team, just sort of shrugging her shoulders as well as she does so.
All right, so thanks for having me again. Hoping for
Andre,
a better match as soon as I leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Andre. Yeah, fingers crossed we get a little bit of a ramping up of the quality, but also maybe let's keep the drama. Andre, I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon, and big thanks for stopping by.
All right. Thank you very much. And have a good night, man.
Thanks. So, as Andre heads off into the Canadian something, not sunset, moonset, whatever. Let's get back to the tennis. We're on the forehands at the moment. Maybe just stick to that forehand. It's an old tried and tested technique against Coco, but finding the forehand is not always easy, of course. She's doing so here, mind you. Low net coverage there from Marta, but Coco doing really well to stay in the rally here. Coco's turn to ramp up the pressure. This is turning into a hell of a rally, maybe the longest rally of the match. Coco changing directions. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Love 40 now on the Marta Kostyuk serve, and we're about to see another. Break of serve. So many in that first set. So, Kostyuk to serve. Love 40. 1 love she leads. Is she about to cede that advantage she already had? She saved the first break point. 15-40. Unreturnable serve. And now she serves to the backhand of Coco. Good return, though, from Coco. Now Coco again on the backhand. So difficult to then change the directions to the forehand, though, as she was desperate to do. And Coco breaks. 1 game all. Make sure you hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you're new. And if you're watching now and you click subscribe, you see this little thing here? Here? That will tick over to 370. And you can do a little dance. Okay, someone who's not dancing right now is Marta Kostyuk. Having blown the first set from a 5-1 up advantage and also having set points in the tie-break. It's now 1-1, and Coco Gauff with an unreturnable serve for 15 love. Almost there saying, is this live? Yes, I'm commentating live, and I'm trying to paint as good a picture as I possibly can for you. Coco here serving. Where are you going with this serve? You are going to the backhand. It's almost into the body there. Good return from Marta. Now what you're going to do, attack the forehand. Oh, Marta. Just the wheels are coming off the Marta Kostyuk Express right now. Coco Gauff, 7-6, she won the first set. 8-6 in that particular tiebreak. And we're 1-1, 30, love. Where are we going with this serve? You are going into the net. That's where you're going. Cool. 40 love now. Coco Gauff serving. Forehand return. Oh, wow. Good depth there from Coco. Nice volley there from Coco. Good defense, to be fair, from Marta. Really good defense. And the smash from Coco is long and wide. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that now, Ghosty. Starting to feel that too. Net points won. Coco's won 8 out of 12. Kostyuk is at 5 from 8. I'm hoping to see a break points serve, break points one. I mean, that would be pretty ugly for both players, I would imagine. Good serve there, though, from Coco. And she brings up 2-1. So, Kostyuk way behind now. I say way behind. A set and 2-1 down on the scoreboard. Let's take a short break. And when we come back, I'll be with you, of course. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. There we go. Coco Gauff down 1-5 in that first set, as this tweet here details. Down set point at 3-5, down set point in the tiebreak, and yet she still prevailed. So let me know your thoughts in the live chat. Of course, later on, we will have Sabalenka up against Krejcikova. Sabalenka leading that head-to-head 5-1, as you can see on the screen right now. Jake here saying, come on, Coco, finish this off. Well, 15 love to Marta Kostyuk right now on her serve. And it's soon to become 30 love. Lovely forehand winner there from Marta. Now Marta's sort of in this position. Is she going to start like producing her best tennis? Let's see. That was a nice forehand winner. $40 love now on the Marta Kostyuk serve. So you're not getting your wish, I don't think, quite yet, Jake. Clipped the net, landed in. Is that a second serve ace? It is indeed. 2 games all. Some Ukrainian support for Marta. Terry there and Jake empathizing with each other. So, 2 games all, Coco to serve. Good return there from Marta Kostyuk. Wow, what defense, though, from Coco. And is that smash landed in? Has that landed in, that smash? No, I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Marta's reaction was very confusing. Maybe she just couldn't believe it. Love 15. Second serve. A Marta Kostyuk comeback, ladies and gentlemen, and we might be here till 3 in the morning. Forehand return, by the way, where some of you are, of course it will be. Oh, lovely Coco Gauff backhand hit on the rise there, 15 all. Well, it's not going to be a 6-1 set as I suggested it might be. I'm getting pretty hungry though. This is not the match you want to be watching when you're hungry. What are we all consuming right now apart from this tennis match? Backhand return is long from Marta. She looks in disgust towards her team. I guess more so at the way she's playing rather than the tactics that are being deployed. It's difficult to know what to say to Marta right now. I mean, there's one school of thought which is just to play a bit more solidly, but you've got to play your own game. She's just got to play it better. Tough, I know. Forehand return. Backhand now of Kostyuk to the backhand of Coco. The problem for Kostyuk is finding that Coco forehand just doesn't feel natural to her. She does it there, though, mind you, and it's 30 all. She's got to try and find that Coco forehand more often, constructing the point and rally so that she gets a chance to put it on that. Maybe get herself on the forehand so she can go cross-court more often. Get out of some of these backhand exchanges. But to do so, she's got to go hard down the line, perhaps. And then that's when she's often losing the point. Backhand return here. Coco now on the backhand. Forehand Coco. Forehand Marta. Now we're in the sort of exchange that I think Marta needs to stay on a bit more often. I'm not quite sure what that was from Coco. Just keep solid on this forehand side. And there we go. That's exactly it. That's smart, Marta. That is smart. 30-40. Break point, Marta Kostyuk. I mean, Jake, there's nothing wrong with having aspirations of winning a major. I imagine that most players on tour have those aspirations. Certainly most players inside the top 100. I mean, if you have been inside the top 100, either on or off for the last 5 years or so, you know, and if you've been a feature in the top 50, top 20, you're making runs at slams, then yeah, you've got to think one day that might happen for me. I mean, who knows? Jastrzemska might be having those dreams right now, for example. Forehand return to the forehand of Coco. Stick on the forehand side or pick up the pace on the backhand side as you did there. Coco gets lucky with the net cord. Marta, did you play that point right? She falls over. I hope she's okay. Yes, she is. She's annoyed. She's annoyed. Remonstrating with her team. Deuce. Hey, we just gained a subscriber. Ta-da. I'm doing the dance, but you can dance too. You can dance. What's that? What's that song? You can dance. You can dance. What's that song? Someone tell me. Oh, that's a nice forehand from Coco. +1 there. Game point now for the American. I know this song. Yeah, what's this song? Different one. This is the song I'm watching right now. I'm going to post it in the live chat. Coco is held, by the way, for 3-2. I'm going to post this in the live channel. You're welcome to get distracted by this for a couple of minutes while we have a break in play. So, Coco Gauff holds for 3-2, and of course she's edging towards that magical number of 6. And bearing in mind how few holds of serve there have been, let's see if we can bring up some Australian Open quarterfinal stats for you regarding this match, so we can have a quick look at some maybe good things and ugly things, and maybe give us a better picture of where and how this match is panning out right now. "14 winners off the racket of Marta Kostyuk, 5 winners off the racket of Coco Gauff. I don't know if that's including the one that I just saw off a 1-2 +1. The win predictor has Coco Gauff at an 85%. Yeah, it does feel a bit like that. Right now. Kostyuk to serve anyway, and she does win the first point on this particular game. Anyway, there we go. 15 all. Now 30-15 to the favor of the Ukrainian. Desperate to hold serve here. A loss of serve here, and that win predictor statistic would be not looking too great as far as Coco's concerned. Coco, one of the members of one of the members of Marta's team. I'm guessing it's her coach making some notes there. Make less errors, maybe. So, Marta Kostyuk to serve, 30-15. Backhand return from Coco to the backhand of Marta into the net, 30 all. 30 all, ladies and gentlemen. This cannot lose serve here, Marta. Or this is almost done. Clips the net, lands in. Marta there. She's desperate for some first serve. She's not getting any free points on those first serves. Okay, where are you serving to? You're going to the forehand. That makes sense. Forehand now. Oh, it's wide. 30-40. It was a +1 that she just couldn't put away. And we have a break point for Coco Gauff for a 4-2 lead. Forehand return. Now she's got a +1 as well. This time she puts it away and we're back at deuce. Oh, it's her physio, is it, Jake? Okay. I mean, that is something that you would expect her to put away, but she had a similar ball before that she couldn't work with. Jake saying she used to work with Petra Martic. Thank you for that. Can't get a first serve here, Marta. Forehand return. Now Marta goes big again on that forehand. Stay on that side, Marta. Comes into the net. Doesn't need to worry about it. Advantage, Marta, Kostyuk. Okay. Into the net on the first serve. Forehand return. Forehand from Marta to the backhand of Coco. Oh. And then we get this. Juice. Marta, Marta, Marta. Her physio now can't watch. Juice. Is that an ace? No, of course it isn't. It's a Marta Kostyuk serve. It's going to be a second one. Oh, Marta. Double fault. Break point, Coco Gauff, for a 4-2 lead. Good serve there from Kostyuk, but it's... Oh, Marta. 4-2, Coco Gauff. And my dinner might be getting a little bit closer. Mamma mia, Jake. Mamma mia. For those of you just tuning in, hit the like button and the button below or somewhere around there. I don't know where it is. Somewhere here, there's a button that says subscribe. Some of you watching right now will not be subscribers, which is just nuts. I was hoping we were going to get to 6K by the end of the Australian Open, but I don't think that's going to happen now. We're a little bit far away. A miracle would have to happen. Agassi and Sampras would have to appear on the show, I think, to play an exhibition exclusively live on Talking Tennis, and even then we might not make 6K. Okay, second serve here for Marta Kostyuk to return. Oh, doesn't need to. Double fault, Coco Gauff. The ugliness of this match just never ending right now. I'm going to pour myself a glass of water, but don't worry, my tones are not far away. As you see, I could even wander around and continue talking to you as I pour myself a glass of water. So love 15 here on the Coco serve, and they're into a rally. It's a rally now on the forehand of Coco. Just stay on that forehand. Lovely play, though, from Coco, changing direction there. Lovely play from both players, finally. Marta attacks the net. Lovely. One of the rallies of the match, that. Rallies of the match. Now, that's the quality we've been seeking. We saw it in like the second or third game. And I said at the time, I said, here we go. These are the sort of points I want to see today. And I thought, optimistically, we were going to see lots of them. By the way, if you're wondering what that noise is, just me topping up my my water. Don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. Don't panic. I'm still here. So we've got love 30 now on the Coco serve. Coco on the forehand. Backhand now to the forehand of Coco. Changing directions. Lovely play from Marta. Is she going to put this away? Yes, she is. Love 40, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the real Marta Kostyuk, will you stand up? And she is standing up right now. When, to be honest with you, when you're playing tennis, it's better to stand up than sit down. Let me tell you that. Oh. If you wonder what that noise was, it was me dropping the bottle of water. But I think we're going to be all right. Don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. At least it's only a bottle of water. Just slipped out my hand. Get back to the tennis. Okay, they're into a rally here. Backhand of Marta. Oh, is that one that... Whoa, Marta, Kostyuk. Take a bow. The real Marta Kostyuk has turned up, ladies and gentlemen, and she breaks back, and it's 3-4. Yeah, I think she needs a combination of those two, Jake. I think she needs to yes, pepper the forehand, but there are going to be occasions like in that last service game of Coco's where she's just got to step it up one way or another. And if she's got the nerve to do so, I mean, yeah, I mean, that doesn't even need to be close to the line. The low net clearance and the flatness of that, and there's a fist pump from the team there. So, we're back on serve. Jake, I'm guessing you're laughing at some of my travails that I've been experiencing in the last couple of minutes. You can dance, you can dance, you can dance. Da, 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 da. What is that song? Ba, ba, la, la, la. For those of you just wondering what the head-to-head is between Arina Sabalenka and Barbora Krejcikova, it's 5-1 in the favor of the Belarusian. For those of you wondering what the score is here between Marta Kostyuk and Coco Gauff, it's on serve, but Gauff has won the first point on her opponent's serve at 3-4. Anything exciting happening on Twitter? Am I missing anything? Any amazing tweets to be aware of? Well, indeed, Vanch. Vanch here tweeting, how on earth does Marta come back from that? Well, she's trying, but she's going to have to win some more points, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. There's some tennis analysis for you. Win more points. Even then, it might not be enough. So, Marta to serve. Where are you going with this one? You are going down the tee. Forehand return from Coco. Stay on that. Oh, okay. Nice slice there. But to be fair, Coco's dealing with it. That's not such a nice slice. Now it's on the forehand side for both players. Coco there. Good idea maybe sticking to the backhand because you're going to get an error like that. Love 30 to the absolute dismay and despair of Marta Kostyuk. Every time you think that she's making an impression on this match, it slips away from her. Please do hit the like button as well if you're watching on Facebook, for example. Love 30, Kostyuk to serve. Down the tee, backhand return. Forehand Marta, now to the forehand of Coco. This is where you just got to stay on that forehand. Changes it to the backhand, though. Oh, lovely backhand down the line there from Marta Kostyuk, to be fair. 15-30. Da, 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 da. Okay, the first serve, of course, doesn't go in. It's Marta Kostyuk serving. Where's this second serve going? Let's have a look. Backhand return from Coco. Forehand now to the backhand of Coco. Go cross court on this one. Of course you do. And the forehand is wide from Coco as she errs. Brad Gitt there. Brad Gilbert. Little wry smile from him. And 30-40 now. Sorry, 40-30 on the Kostyuk serve. That's pretty impressive for Marta to come from love 30 down. (40-30), Marta Kostyuk serving. Backhand return. Forehand now to the forehand of each player. Game point here for Marta Kostyuk. Feels like another big point, and she's put it into the net. So we're at deuce. Feels like we're in a ground. Does it feel like Groundhog Day for you? Hi, Marcus. That's a very peculiar take, Marcus, I would say. Okay, so Marta to serve at 3-4, deuce. Forehand return. Now it's on the forehand of Marta to the backhand of Coco. Now it's on the forehand of Coco, going cross court. Nice change of direction there from Kostyuk, and now she has another game point. Tennis being tennis, we could be here for 5 minutes or 5 hours. What are we going for, ladies and gentlemen? Actually, talking about what we're going for, what are we going for in terms of Coco and her progress in this tournament? Losing to Kostyuk, 25%, semi-final, 32%. But actually, a lot of people going for the winner. A lot of people suggesting a Coco win for the whole tournament, back-to-back Grand Slams. Could happen. Could not. Hashtag analysis. Okay, forehand now is long from Marta. She just can't believe it. She knows she can play better. Terry there saying hopefully 5 minutes. For those of you just tuning in, do hit the like button. But also, this thing here, the subscribe account, if you haven't already subscribed, click subscribe, and that little count there will go up 1 or 2, or however many subscribers we get. Backhand return? No, it's deuce. Still, second serve. Okay, so serve. Forehand return from Coco. Forehand now big. Backhand to the forehand of Coco. That's a good forehand from Coco. Comes into the net. She's put that one away. No, she hasn't. She's going to put this one away. Not yet. Really good defense from Marta Kostyuk. Wow. Has Kostyuk got the energy to be in this rally? She just might, you know. Wow, what defense from both players. Now it's Coco Gauff who's up in the rally. My goodness me, where are we going with this? It's Coco. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Wow, please, please, please. I mean, listen, we've just had an hour and a half of pain, maybe even 2 hours, actually. But wow, that point. Kostyuk, desperate to stay in this match. I mean, to be fair, whoever won that point would deserve to take a bow. Incredible defense from both players. And in the end, it's Coco who errs. Game point, Marta Kostyuk. Oh, my God. Indeed, Jake, I agree. 3-4, Kostyuk to serve. Forehand return. Oh, Marta. Now we're at deuce. Normality for this match is resuming, I think. Yeah, but Rublev can make you feel this as well, no? Ghosty? Do you not sometimes go like this with Rublev? If you're a fan. I mean, if you're not a fan, then I guess you don't do that. If I was an opponent of Rublev's or somebody who didn't like him, then I'd be fine with it. It would make me laugh. It would amuse me, but I don't because I like the guy. Deuce, 3-4. Backhand of Coco now. I wonder if energy is going to be a big thing here. I thought that was going to land in, but it didn't. Advantage Coco Gauff. So a break point for the American. It was close, to be fair, but no cigar. You just tweeted Andre. Besties, Jake, yeah. Well, of course, because you're both Azarenka fans. First serve, of course, goes into the net for Marta Kostyuk. Second serve. Lands in. Now on the forehand. Oh, Marta. How many times have we seen that today? Short ball from Coco. Marta Kostyuk, forehand into the net. Deja vu. And Coco Gauff is going to serve for a place in the Australian Open semi-finals. I'm going to boil some water for some pasta. Fingers crossed I don't have any kitchen errors like I had just now. Keep your fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, for me. Hey. Can I have... Okay, can anyone out there guess what pasta I'm going to have? What pasta dish? So it's a classic. It's a classic one. Let me know in the live chat. I know Coco's about to serve for this. I'll be back in just a few seconds. Although this water is topping up very slowly. It is water, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you're wondering. And I'm so hungry. It's one thing about Coco getting this done in straights that does please me. So, yeah, Coco, you know what we've got to do. Here we go. Come on. So slow. Okay. Even then, I could have put a bit more in if I'm going to put a bit more in. Talking water, ladies and gentlemen. What am I missing in terms of the tennis? Probably something sensational. Right. What's going on? Coco Gauff to serve for it. 15 all. Nope. Not tortellini, Jake. An Irani special. Terry. 1 point for Terry. Carbonara indeed. 15-30. Of course it is, ladies and gentlemen. Of course it is. First serve into the net from Coco Gauff. 2 hours on the clock. 2 hours. What could we have done in 2 hours? Half marathon, maybe? 5 episodes of Seinfeld or Friends. A couple of Netflix documentaries. A couple of episodes of Point Break, Breakpoint, whatever it is. 3 episodes, maybe. What else can you do in 2 hours? Fly from London to Warsaw. Go and see Damien. 2 break points now for Marta Kostyuk. But I am getting some Damien vibes here. Is it worth it? Doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. First serve into the net from Coco. What's happened to the first serve? You know, big first serves from Coco today. Just been missing. It's a good second serve, though. Break points won. I think it's not probably too encouraging for either player today. Now on the backhand of Coco. Really good defense, though, from Marta. She's back in the rally, Marta. Wow, Marta Kostyuk. What a point. What a point, Marta Kostyuk. You do all this to get it back to 4-5, giving yourself a chance. And what are you going to do with this chance, Marta? What are you going to do? Marta, what are you going to do with this? 4-5. Good shot, though, Marta. And is it going to be the shot in the arm that finally this match and she needs? I mean, Coco not serving it out, probably given the way the match has been going, is... Yeah, it was a terrible decision. I agree, Ghosty. It did make for a fun point, though. And we've not had many of those today. My optimism that I had in the second or third game when we had a really cool point, and I was like, that's the point we need. And that's the point we need a few more of today. Just got to channel that inner Nerlan. Yes. The inner Nerlan. What is going on in the inner Nerlan? What is going on planet Nerlan? One has to wonder. Oh, well. Marta Kostyuk to serve at 4-5. She has spent double the amount of time on court to her opponent, given the struggles she's had to get to this round, whereas Coco has breezed through. Nerlan is a fan of, I think, Alcaraz and not Iga. I think that's Nerlan's sort of fandom, is it? Am I right? I think he likes Sabalenka maybe too. Okay, so we're into the rally here, which I have no idea what that means. All meaning has gone out the window right now. Coco goes long, 15 love. Total points won, 82 each. But Coco's on the verge of victory here, straight sets. Well, not quite on the verge of victory, but you know what I mean. Good position. The good thing is that someone has to win this match some point. Oh my goodness me. I mean, that drop shot from Kostyuk. Bleh. But then the forehand cross court from Coco Gauff. Bleh. But we do have 3 game points now for Marta Kostyuk for a 5-all scenario. $40 love. Good attacking play there from Coco, but we're still in the rally. Nice more attacking there from Coco, really upping the ante, but then she ups it too much and goes wide. Good defense, to be fair, from Kostyuk. And that was a nice, clean game from Marta, and we're at 5-all, much to the delight of the Ukrainians in the crowd. Jake, that's funny. You should tweet that out there. You should tweet that out to the masses before someone steals it. Five all. Gauff to serve. Kostyuk on the return, too long. At the beginning of this set, I said it had a 7-6, 6-1 feel to this match. It is hilarious, I agree. I think we're all going to have to go into some sort of rehab after this, collective rehab. See you for the French Open in a few months. Somebody's just hit like on Facebook. Thank you very much for that like. Forehand return to the forehand of Coco, which is long, so it's 15 all. Forehand return for Marta. Backhand now of Marta Kostyuk to the backhand of Coco. Coco comes into the net. Lovely backhand down the line. That reminded me of the Rafa Nadal winning points against Djokovic in 2022 quarterfinal, and in the final against Casper Ruud. Both backhands down the line, hit on the rise. Excellent from Coco. Excellent timing. Coco down the tee there. Now the backhand to the forehand of Coco. Forehand of each player now. Good cross court there for Marta Kostyuk. 30 all. On the Coco serve. Where are we going with this one? We are going to the forehand. Forehand of Coco. Backhand there for the forehand of Coco. Now, oh, Marta. Do we want our money back? (40-30). Coco Gauff to serve. Down the tee, forehand returned. Coco Gauff now on the backhand. Backhand again from Coco is wide, so we're at deuce. I might be cooking this pasta a little bit on the premature side. A little bit premature. Okay, Coco Gauff, where are you serving this one to? You are going to the forehand return of Marta, but it's well too short for Marta. And that's an excellent winner there from Coco Gauff that seemed to land almost on the line. Game point, Coco Gauff. Hit that subscribe button, people. Plenty of you now here joining us. Great of you to be on board. Don't miss out on a single minute of action here from the Australian Open by hitting that subscribe button. Little nod of approval there from the umpire. Didn't know umpires were allowed to do that. So, Gauff to serve. Game point for 6-5. Into the net on the first serve. Second serve, Coco Gauff. No Coco Gauff bombs today in terms of the first serve, that's for sure. What are we going to see on the second serve? Pretty good second serve, I would say. Could have come into the net there, but didn't. Now there's a moon ball from Coco. What's Marta going to do with it? She just deals with it okay. Oh, and there's a shank from Marta Kostyuk. 6-5 Coco Gauff leads, and so it's over to you, Marta, at 5-6. One game away now from victory, Coco. And years, they're trying to keep cool. It's hot out there, ladies and gentlemen. It's hot. Look at this for a shank. Just seeing Taylor backstage. Rather pensive-looking Taylor Fritz there. Talking to his team. Got a jacket on there backstage. That could be an insane level of air conditioning, of course. Novak on the exercise bike. I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident. Team looking pretty relaxed. Watching Kostyuk against Coco having a laugh there. I think they were having a laugh about that shank. I even saw Novak doing an impression, I think, of Marta Kostyuk there. I think Novak is many things today, but he's not nervous. Okay, Kostyuk to serve, 5-6. Is Coco going to get it done here? Maybe. 7-6, 7-5. Is that what we're thinking? You can dance. 33% think that Coco is going to win the title. 31% think she's going out in the semi-final. Kostyuk wins the first point here, though, on her serve, so it is 15-love. Of course, it was a Coco Gauff forehand into the net. Okay, Marta Kostyuk to serve. Where are you going with this one? You are going to the forehand of Coco, backhand. Good backhand with venom there, but really good defense from Coco. And it's an unforced error with a forehand slice attempt there from Kostyuk that just didn't work. And I'm getting hot. I mean, I've been hungry for the last hour. Come on. Come on, Peter. Let's just get this done now. Backhand return is into the net from Coco. It was a really good first serve, to be fair, from Marta Kostyuk. So we're at 30-15. Tiebreak vibes. Maybe. First serve again, there's decent from Kostyuk. Oh, but the backhand isn't. 30-all. Coco Gauff is 2 points away from the Australian Open semi-finals. And I think it's the first time that Coco would be in the semi-final in Australia. Think so. I think she's actually never been beyond the third or fourth round, actually. Backhand return from Coco. Oh, good winner there for Marta Kostyuk under pressure. Right in the corner. 40-30. I know. I mean, to be honest with you, it was 5. And we had a very, very lengthy first set. And it was 5 at sort of the beginning of the second set. Ghosty. Forehand return from Coco. Nice forehand there from Marta. Comes into the net. Oh, Marta. Marta. That forehand volley. Oh, my goodness me. Some exasperated looks from the crowd. I think we can all empathize with that. Okay, Marta, where are you going with this serve? You are going long. Deuce. Second serve, Marta Kostyuk. Got to go to the forehand here, surely. And Coco probably knows it. She does. And the forehand is into the net. Game point, Marta Kostyuk. Okay, Kostyuk here. Backhand this time, was she going for? She was, but didn't land in. So second serve down the tee, but I don't think she likes going down the tee, but she probably will. Yes, she does. And the forehand is wide from Coco Gauff. And so we are into a second set tiebreak. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have more to come. And I don't just mean the match between Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz, which is next on the channel. Okay, Coco Gauff serving here. Going into the net on the first serve. Second serve, Coco Gauff. Okay, so into this tiebreak here. Backhand from Coco. Backhand now. Backhand here. Forehand from Marta Kostyuk. Staying in this backhand cross-court exchange. Kostyuk tries to change direction. Does pretty well. But it's good depth there from Coco. Decent rally this. A little bit of cautious though now. Oh, lovely there from Marta. Just picking up the pace. But good defense, of course, from Coco. Interesting cultured shot there from Marta. Big shot there from Marta, but it's not enough to win the point outright. Not even close to it, actually. Pretty long rally, this one now. Probably over 20 shots. Forehand now to forehand. Forehand to forehand still. Stay on that forehand side, Marta. But don't hit it out. She hasn't, not yet. Staying in the rally here. Good defense from Coco. And ultimately, the forehand does break down. 1-0, Marta Kostyuk. Mini break advantage. Really good positioning there. I thought that was going to land out, that one from Marta. My water's about to boil over. So I've got to keep an eye on that. Is this match going to finally come to the boil, ladies and gentlemen? Kostyuk to serve, 1-0. Into the net on the first serve, of course. 36 shots, was it as long as that? Wow, okay. Thanks, Ghosty, for the update. Backhand return is loose from Gauff. And after a 36-shot rally, we don't even make 2 shots on that one. And it's 2-0, Marta Kostyuk. Oh, is that a winner from Marta? It is indeed. It is indeed a winner. 3-0. Yes, so that's 31 winners off the racket of Kostyuk compared to 9 from Coco Gauff. Backhand return. Coco now on the backhand as well. Forehand from Coco is wide, and it's 4-0. If Marta Kostyuk wins this tennis match, wow. Four one now. Backhand here from Coco. Good volley at the net. So, 4-1 Kostyuk. Goes down the tee on the first serve, but it's long. Second serve. Just what Coco ordered, I imagine, here. So 4-1, Kostyuk to serve. Forehand return from Coco. Oh, Marta, 4-2 at the change of ends. So now she's just down to 1 mini break advantage. Four two. So this is Marta Kostyuk's husband here, wearing a Shake Your Coco's hat. That's very peculiar, no? Marta Kostyuk's husband there wearing that. Don't look at me, Gauff. Okay, so change of ends. Marta Kostyuk to serve, 4-2. Into the rally here. Forehand to forehand. Of course we are on the forehand to forehand exchange. Coco changing up, knowing full well that she changes it up. She might get a backhand fairly soon. Not getting one yet, though. Not getting one yet either. And Kostyuk does well. Very good play there for Marta Kostyuk. Points to her head. 5-2 she leads. It is just one mini break, but she is 2 points away from settling this up and forcing us into a third set and delaying my pasta once more. 2-5, Coco Gauff serving. Hit that like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you are new. Forehand return. Coco here on the backhand. It's wide, and we've got 6-2, and therefore 4 set points for Marta Kostyuk. 4 set points, ladies and gentlemen. Drum roll. Gauff to serve, 2-6. Backhand return. How must Marta be regretting that 5-1 lead she had in the first set right now? Smash from Coco. Ooh, and Marta had a chance off that smash, but it goes into the net. 6-3. A wry smile from the Ukrainian. That Ukrainian contingent were like, So, 6-3. She's serving now. She's going to have at least 2 points on her serve anyway, if she needs those 2 points. Smash down the middle, Ghosty, indeed. Oh, first serve. First serve, Marta. Maybe I should say second serve, Marta. You know what I mean. 6-3 here. Marta Kostyuk serving. Backhand return. Forehand from Marta. What's going to go on here? Picking the pace up there from Coco. Nice, but you think Coco might want to change directions pretty soon. She does it now, but of course she goes long as soon as she does. And Marta Kostyuk wins the second set. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I mean, if the quality picks up in the third set, fine. But my stomach. Deary me, ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let's shed some light on the situation to see what's going on. Oh, I feel a bit dizzy. I feel a bit dizzy, ladies and gentlemen. Don't know how you feel at home. One set all. Are we going to get a bathroom break as well from one or both players? I think we might. Coco looks like she's going off court. Nearly another incredibly bad kitchen situation going on here. But it's okay. I'm all right. So the pasta's going in. I am so hungry. Spaghetti carbonara, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know where you're tuning in from, by the way. And also let me know if you're consuming something. Apart from this tennis match, let me know what you're consuming. Yeah. Why, Coco, why? Smash down the middle, indeed. Listen, let's take a short break. And when we come back, fingers crossed, we'll have the third set. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on this surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, you know, in the past I was, and it gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, you know, everyone is could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
Indeed, the destination is great. Will the destination be great for her today? Don't know. Is the answer to that question, but she's still got to be the favourite for this match, in my opinion. Have on chauffeur. I don't know, shisha. Okay, let's get back to Coco Gauff against Marta Kostyuk. They still haven't started this third set yet. Let me know in the live chat, by the way, some predictions, please, for some of the other quarterfinals that we've got coming up. over the next few hours, starting with Djokovic against Taylor Fritz. Do we give Taylor Fritz a chance? Let me know. What else have we got coming up for you on the channel? Of course, we have, as you can see there, Sabalenka against Krejcikova, followed by Rublev against Sinner. Krejcikova, anyone going for Krejcikova in that particular encounter? And anyone going for Rublev? Who's going for Rublev and who's going for Sinner? Let me know how you see that one going. This third set now is underway, people. So do please hit that like button and subscribe. 15 all here on the Marta Kostyuk serve. Djokovic's match is going to be a night match now, yeah. Well, I mean, that's something that Jim Courier was touching on, is that the fact that it was going to be a day match. But, of course, the longer this one goes on, you know, you do the maths. Yeah, Jim Courier was saying that will help Taylor Fritz. Sabu and Sinner, yeah. So you're going for the favourites, basically, Terry. I guess you're going for Coco in this one too. 15:30 here on the Marta Kostyuk serve. I mean, normally 15:30 you go, oh, spot a bother. 15:40 now, but I don't really know what anything means anymore. Hi, Siddharth. Siddharth, please hit the like button. Also, other people, let me know where you're tuning in from. I'm guessing you're a subscriber, Siddharth, but if you're not, hit that subscribe button. $15.40 here on the Kostyuk serve. Goes wide on the first serve. Yeah. Backhand here into the forehand of Coco. Forehand to forehand right now. Marta changing directions, coming into the net. Doesn't need to hit that one, though, because it was too good for Marta. So it's 30-40. One of the break points saved. What is the break point conversion like today? Wow, Coco is 6 from 17. Six from 17, Coco. Unfortunately, we can't put the game on the air, no, by the rights restrictions, but hopefully I can paint you a picture of some description. Backhand return here from Coco, by the way. Yeah, hopefully we can try and paint a picture. Kostyuk does get it back to deuce, by the way, after a Coco forehand into the net. Do you want the good news or the bad news? Good news is that the tennis is going to get better, I think. I'm not sure actually about that. But anyway, the bad news is that one of these two is going to be in the Australian Open quarterfinals, semi-finals. Is that harsh? I mean, who knows? Maybe they might relax and play a different game in the semi-final. Break point here, Coco Gauff. Has Coco reached double figures yet for winners? No, I wouldn't, Sean. No, I would say the most 50-50 of the quarterfinals today and tomorrow is the one between... Oh, lovely backhand down the line there from Marta. Good +1. No, the one tomorrow between Hurkacz and Medvedev. That one seems to be the most 50-50 to me. Just going to check on my pasta. Because I don't want it. Overcooked pasta is just rubbish. I think I might cook too much, actually. I might put too much spaghetti in there. Yeah, overcooked pasta. Nobody wants that. Who wants overcooked pasta? Come on. So, another break point for Coco Gauff to the delight of Brad Gilbert. Where are you going with this one, Marta? You're going to the body on that one. And the forehand is wide. And we have a break of serve for Coco Gauff. 1-love. She leads at the beginning of this third set. I mean, it has to end at some point, right? It's got to end sometime, somehow, somewhere. Let's have a quick look to see what's going on out in the Twitterverse, shall we? See what fun and amazing things are going on there. Bianca here asking the question, just tuning in. Did Coco lose that set or did Marta win it? Your call, people. I am actually, just in terms of the way the last couple of games went, I am actually erring a bit more towards Marta winning it, but yeah. Here's a tweet here from our good friend Jake. Sound analysis, that one. Coco here serving at 1-love. Juan Ignacio saying that's one of the worst sets of tennis he's seen in a while. I think he's referring to the first set, but it might be the second. Of course, Coco here struggling to hold serve, as you would probably expect. And in fact, Sean, not just is it not 50-50, Sean, it's Sinner's 80-20. Kostyuk Gauff is more 50-50 than Rublev Sinner in my eyes. Oh, Coco. To get to love 30 with that approach at the net. She had her body posture all wrong there. Oh, well, love 30 it is. And we could be in for another long set. To think I was looking forward to this match. Backhand return is long for Marta Kostyuk, and so we're at 15-30. Still want to hear some of your predictions. Sean, what do you... So you think that Rublev can beat Jannik Sinner? What about Taylor Fritz against Novak Djokovic? What about Barbora Krejcikova against Anna-Rina Sabalenka? What about tomorrow's matches? For example, Zverev against Alcaraz. And of course, Yastremska in action tomorrow. I think it's Yastremska-Noskova, right? I mean, that could be fun. I'm a bit loath to say anything's going to be fun right now, though. I thought, by the way, Jake said he was going to sleep a couple of hours ago, and look where we are. Look where we are, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not entirely sure where we are, actually, to be honest. Either way, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you're new. So we have Gauff here serving, and she's just saved a break point, so we're at deuce. And in fact, Gauff now has a game point for a 2-love lead. What do we think about Sean's comment about the 50-50-ness of Rublev versus Sinner? And which one of the semi-finals for you is, or sorry, the quarterfinals for you is the most 50-50 on the men's and the women's side? You might go Yesterday Skonoskova. Who's Qin Wen Zheng playing? I've forgotten who that quarterfinals against. Coco Gauff does hold for 2-love. Qin Wen Zheng is playing Kalinskaya. Of course she is, yeah. Zheng is the favorite, 60-40. I don't know what she's saying to her team, but yeah. So Kostyuk to receive here. Love 2. You would think a double break advantage of Coco would be enough, but this match has been so weird. Good defense there from Coco, and the backhand is into the net from Marta. I now wonder as well the physicality. Don't forget, Marta Kostyuk has been on court double the amount of time of Coco in this tournament. Unforced errors between them, they've hit nearly 100. 51 off the racket of Kostyuk, 46 from Coco. Second serve, Kostyuk, of course, as she's now going to be known. Love 15. Yes, so I just wonder maybe physically this might be a little bit too tricky for Marta. Just maybe a little bit too much. We'll see. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. I was wrong about the second set because I thought the second set, the quality might go up and Coco would run away with it, but I got that one completely wrong. So, hi, Alex. Alex, I don't know if you speak English, but Alex, subscribe. Did I make that well known to a potentially non-English speaker? I mean, there's not much point in subscribing, I guess, but... Oh, the backhand there from Marta Kostyuk and the shrug of the shoulders. It's love 40. It does feel as though she just can't do much right now. What a bizarre rally that was, actually. Oh, well, at least the Coco Arena semi-final, if that is the semi-final we get, will be interesting. I mean, I'm not convinced Arina Sabalenka beats Barbora Krejcikova. I think she does, but I'm not convinced by it. Good backhand there from Coco. Oh, lovely passing shot, Marta Kostyuk, 15-40. And 15-40 forehand return is really good from Coco Gauff. And she's got the break. She has the double break advantage. She leads by 3 games to love. We'll be back in about 90 seconds for the rest of the match. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered. Whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Yes, all things tennis, ladies and gentlemen. All things dinner, I hope, for me very, very soon. I really do hope so. And I really don't mind who wins this tennis match, but I'm hoping it finishes pretty soon so I can have a bit of something to eat before Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz get underway. Our good friend Damien is going to be here for that one. Kostyuk here receiving, and it's love 15 on the Gauff serve. So, yeah. But I think a double break. Jake, a double break, come on, must be enough, surely. Love 15, Coco Gauff to serve. Into the net on the first serve, so it's a second serve here for Marta to look at. Still the second serve. Feels like this service point has been lasting almost as long as the match. Do let me know where you're tuning in from. And if you haven't done so already, hit subscribe. And don't forget to hit the like button as well. 15 all. I mean, a Coco Gauff hold, surely, is it? 4-love. I mean, I know we have seen a double break advantage get seeded already in this match, which I think we'll hear a lot about afterwards. I mean, if she wins that first set 5-1 or 6-3, don't forget she had set points on her serve at 5-3 as well. And she had set points in the tiebreak too, Marta. And maybe Marta had to get this done somehow, another in straight sets, given the physicality of her previous matches. Coco looking as fresh as a daisy. Do you say fresh as a daisy in other countries, like in the US? $40-15 now, Coco. So it is looking pretty good for the American. And we might be putting ourselves, as well as everyone else, out of our misery pretty soon. $40-15 now. Coco 2 game points. For a 4-love lead, and surely enough to put this match to bed. And give me a chance to have some dinner. $40-30, of course. Of course it is. Marta's not giving up just yet. Forehand doesn't land in, so second serve here, Coco Gauff. $40-30, second serve. are we going to get on here? Coco holds. Coco holds. A look on her face of concern, but she need not be too concerned. She's 2 games away from a place in the Australian Open semi-finals for the first time in her career. Another landmark moment potentially for the American. So, Kostyuk serving at love 4. It's done now, right? I think. Could even be a bagel set here. I mean, physically, like I said before, it just feels as though we are at a breaking point for Marta Kostyuk. I'm sure she'll be mentioning it afterwards. This third set was just a step too far for the Ukrainian. Bless her. It's a step too far for some of us watching it as well, to be fair. For those of you wondering, I'm just watching the match and grating cheese at the same time, which is a pretty tricky thing to do, I know. Some might say a pretty dangerous thing to do, but here we go, and I'm doing it live on YouTube. How about that? So here are my predictions anyway. Novak Djokovic straight sets over Taylor Fritz. Jannik Sinner straight sets over Andrei Rublev. Let's go for Sabalenka in 3 to drop her first set of the tournament, just like Coco has done over Krejcikova. Then tomorrow, I'm going for Medvedev in 4 sets, 4 tight sets, probably including a couple of tie breaks over over who's Jannik Sinner? Sorry, who'd be her catch? Then, what else? Qinwen Zheng to win her quarterfinal against Kalinskaya. Let's go in 3 sets. But that one could go either way. And I'll go for Alcaraz to win in 4 sets over Zverev. So an Alcaraz-Medvedev semi-final again, just like in New York. And like at Wimbledon. And I'm missing a semi-final on the women's side. Oh, Yastremska up against Noskova. Let's go for Yastremska, shall we? In 3. How about that? Not giving that one a lot of thought, I must say. Coco off now 5 love up, by the way, serving for the match. Let's take a quick break and then we'll do the last game. You've been to the French Open final. Your breakthrough, at least standout result at the beginning of your career was on grass against Venus. You've been very solid on the hard courts. Is there a slam in particular that you go, I think that's, if I'm going to get one, the first one might come here, there, or where?
Well, I don't know. I mean, everyone, I'm like, I think this is the first one. So I don't know. I mean, obviously now going to the French, I do have a lot of confidence on the surface. But I'm not really thinking about that. I feel like, in the past I was, and gave me some like defeats that I feel like I shouldn't have lost, maybe more so my head. So going in now, I mean, I feel like, everyone could be the one, but I think I have to just take it a match at a time and just feel it out and enjoy it. I think when you focus too much on the destination, you don't enjoy the journey there. So now I want to focus more on the journey, and if the destination gets there, that's great.
What a mature young lady she is, Coco Gauff, on the verge here of her first Australian Open semi-final. My pasta's ready as soon as I want it. Oh, looks like we've got a comment in the live chat. Don't scramble the eggs. I know, it's always a danger, isn't it, with carbonara. 15 love, Coco Gauff. This set was just a set too far for poor old Kostyuk. Of course, she came through in 3 sets. I think it was over Avanesian. That was a couple of rounds ago. Friend of the show, of course, Avanesian. Backhand here to the backhand. Forehand, long, good depth there from Kostyuk. Moonball this time from Marta. Coco must be feeling pretty good about herself right now, although we are back at 15 all. What do we think about my predictions, by the way? Do we all think Medvedev is beating her catch? I imagine a lot of people disagree with me on that one, and I'd understand why. 30 all here on the Coco serve, so Kostyuk asking 1 or 2 questions. What a return there for Marta Kostyuk, by the way. Getting a break point for herself, delaying my pasta all the longer. Good backhander from Coco. Good defense here from Marta. Now Coco comes into the net. Oh, lovely play from both players there, to be fair. Really lovely volley to finish it off by Coco at the net. Deuce. Lovely touch there from Coco. I mean, Marta did almost everything she possibly could. Not enough, though. 2 points away now from victory, Coco. She's not at a match point yet, I don't think, despite the tightness of those first 2 sets. Because she was way down in the tiebreaker. Double fault here for Coco, of course, deuce. Sorry, advantage, Kostyuk, so break point, number 2 in this particular game. What are we looking at in terms of break point conversions for both players right now? I imagine, of course, Coco's has gone up a little bit. Yeah, 9 from 22 now. 6 from 13 for Marta. And Gauff saves that break point, so we are back at deuce. Okay, what are we going to do on the return here, Kostyuk? Backhand return is... I thought it was good, but must have clipped the net, that one. On the serve. Backhand return is really good from Kostyuk. Forehand here from Marta. Well done there. At least she's asking some questions. Another break point here, number 3 for this particular game. Forehand to forehand, so on the backhand now. Oh, and Marta Kostyuk breaks, and a little clenched fist there. 1-5. And still I can't have my dinner. I know there's more important things to worry about, but you know. So Kostyuk to serve at 1-5. Okay, where are you going with this one, Kostyuk? You are going to the forehand of Coco, of course. Decent return there from Coco. Backhand now, Coco. Forehand, Kostyuk to the forehand of Coco. And the forehand of Kostyuk goes into the net, and it's love 15. Where are you serving on this one? They got the backhand. Back forehand now of each player. Backhand now. Good shot there from Kostyuk. It's a winner. 15 all. $15 all. So as we get towards the end of this match, Coco is now 3 points away. I don't think she's still not had a match point yet, has she, Coco? Well, that's a horrible return. I think we might get another change of ends yet. 30-15, Marta Kostyuk. Down the tee, forehand return. Good return there from Coco. Lovely forehand winner there from Coco Gauff. 30 all. 2 points away now again. But she's yet to garner a match point. Will she be garnering one right now? Let's have a look. Backhand return here. Lovely backhand there from Marta. Nice and flat. A moonball, kind of moonball from both players to some extent. Maybe Coco's going to enjoy that. And it's Marta, of course, who changes the direction. Hitting the forehand on the rise. 40-30. Look at this little thing here. Look, Sabalenka there. A little video we've got on her and the latter stages of tournaments. Do check that out if you can. Backhand return, forehand. Lovely there from Kostyuk. Is it enough to win the point? Yes, it is. And the game. So she holds. I'm starving too, Jake. We're going to take another short break and then we'll be back. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Nice forehand winner there from Coco Gauff. That's 2 in the last 2 games. How about that? Forehand winner from Coco Gauff. Don't get to say that very often. Yeah, thanks, Terry. Jake, it's been great having you on board, and fingers crossed we can have you on board for some more of our watch-alongs. We'll be doing Fritz and Djokovic with Damien. Not the best watch in the world, I know. Me eating the pasta. Gauff versus Kostyuk. 30 love here, Coco Gauff. Kostyuk very disappointed with that return, and so she should be. And now we have 3 match points for Coco Gauff. 3 match points, Coco. And I can finish my dinner. And she's done it. She's done it with an unreturnable to the delight of her and her team as well. Kostyuk comes into the net, gives her opponent an embrace. Coco Gauff is through. All right? That's all we need to know. All other analysis can go out the window. We'll be back live in about 20 minutes or so with the Novak match. So, yeah, make sure you tune in for that one. I'm going to share the link right now in the live chat, and then I think we'll probably wrap things up. Yeah, we should wrap things up, really. Where are you? Novak link. Here we go. Going to just post this in the live chat for you. Wherever that live chat is. Here you go. So Taylor Fritz against Djokovic will be there. So please hit that link right now and join us for that match. And speak to you all very soon.